powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
And I make today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today I deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
It's bad. It's terrible. It's terrible. Seriously, if I have the car. Just mix it. You know it has been like 3 months now they get married. No, 3 months.
Hi guys, good afternoon. My name is Babatunde Adeola for GhanaWeb TV and GhanaWeb.com. So I'm currently here in Tema, one of Ghana's metropolitan areas, and I was speaking to a young man. His name is Isaiah Danjuma. So Isaiah Danjuma started his journey from Nigeria to Ghana, obviously to make ends meet. And now, how exactly is he making ends meet? He's a trotro mate, or better still, a conductor here in Accra. Let's have a conversation with him. Isaiah Danjuma, who exactly are you?
Yeah, my name is Isaiah Danjuma. I'm from Kaduna State, Nigeria, from the family of 7. Then I have two elder brother and 1 elder sister, and I have like 3 junior brother. So my 2 elder brothers all both were married. So as for now, I may say I'm the breadwinner of my family, because they all live in different places, one in Lagos and one in Abia State. But first, I started my schooling there at Kaduna, my primary school, and I concluded there in Lagos, Maigun Community Primary School, Itiosa local government. After my primary school, I went back to my state, Kaduna State, to a boarding school, GSS Fadenkaji, formerly named St. Mary Secondary School. So
before you proceed, can you give me a breakdown of at what point of your life did you move from Kaduna to Lagos, and why did you move? Why did you have to switch?
My uncle, my dad junior brother, based in Lagos, that was I don't know when he went to Lagos, but 23, that was when my dad came and he took me with him. So at that year 23, that's when I started from primary 3 at that community school. So the year 2005, my dad went back to Kaduna and brought all my families, my mom and the rest of my siblings. So we both stayed there in Lagos until the year 27, where my dad and my mom and the younger one traveled back to the state, to Kaduna State. And I myself, then I was working. Yeah, I work in...
What work were you doing?
I work in 3 different companies. First, I work at Farm City, Lekki, Lagos. Then I work as a maintenance. Then that same year, 2014, I quit the job myself because then I was finding it so difficult. I wanted to continue my school then, but I saved a little money then. So when I registered my JAM, after my JAM, then I didn't go back to the workplace. I work at this hotel, Beach Hotel, currently named Lekki Central Hotel, that Lekki Phase 2. Then after then, 2015, I quit there and I work at Eros Hotel, currently Lekki opposite Face Gate. So that's when I met one customer. Yes.
So you basically came to Lagos State to hustle basically, and try to make ends meet, right?
I was with my parents there at the age from the years. I was with my parents from 2014. After my secondary school from Kaduna State, I came back to my parents. They were all in Lagos then. So I stayed with them. My mom was selling akara, kose and kuku. My dad was a security man. So then things were just a little difficult. They can't afford my schools and my exams. I wrote GC, I wrote JAM. So I got to work to cover up some space. So then I work at those 3 places I mentioned. That is it.
So after working, before I cut in, you said you met a certain person.
His name is Prince Make. Yeah, I met him in the hotel, Eros Hotel. Yeah. So he met me the first day he lodged in. I wasn't the person that lodged in. I work as housekeeper. So the second day I cleaned his room, he was like, what am I doing? I told him this is what I do. He asked about my family. I told him everything. So then he told me that when he's traveling back to Ghana, he would like to come with me. Yeah. So then I was very happy. That has been my dream, as a youth in Nigeria, then things were something hard.
So your dream was to come to Ghana?
Yeah, before then we were like, I am my friend Felix. We always talk about Ghana. Guy, anytime we see opportunity to go leave this country, anyhow we go survive, we just leave the country. So then when that man approached me, I was so happy. I was like, oh, at least my dream has come true. Let me see how it may be.
So what were the things you heard about Ghana prior to you coming? What did you hear?
Well, I didn't hear much about Ghana, but I was just having the expression of living Nigeria. Then, if someone travel out and come back, I always see them. Most of so many people I see around, they came from Ghana. They came from Ghana. They were like a little bit. They have something to cover up. Maybe they have either business or And we young guys, then we always like to, as in when we travel back and come back, To me, I just feel it's good then. But when I came to Ghana, what I saw then, brother, was something different. That man, Prince Market, with me, when I talked to him, I was thinking maybe we're gonna start something business, something that will fetch me money. So, Market told me that when he take me to Ghana, he will give me something better, as in I will do something better that will fetch me more money than the housekeeping I was doing there. And my parents were not there in Lagos then, as I said. Then at that year 2017, my dad suffered from partial stroke. So they took him back to the village, and my mom also go with him and my 2 younger brother. Then I was left myself. My elder brother was in Lagos, but different place from where I was. I stayed at Lekki Phase 2 and he stayed at somewhere, Baduri, somewhere inside there. And then I was kind of busy. I don't visit him often. So when that man told me about Ghana, the only person I didn't tell my parents. They didn't know until when I arrived at Ghana before I called them. So they were shocked.
And what year did you arrive? Did you arrive in Ghana? And would you basically say your father's partial stroke, was that what drove you back to Ghana, or you just decided to make the trip on your own just to make life easier?
Yeah, I moved on my own to make life easier. Because after all, my dad, I have nothing to do about the illness. He suffered a long time. But to me, I can't just sit back. Then he wasn't working. My mom wasn't having something doing to fetch money for my youngest one schooling, and so at that, when I heard that when I come to Ghana I will fetch more money than my housekeeping work I was doing then, and that gave me more motivation to move on. So I even borrowed money. How much? I borrowed, like, my girlfriend money was in 20,000 naira. Myself salary then was 30,000, and that's how I did, and I paid some little monthly debt I owe before I travel. So I came to Ghana with the intention maybe within 2-3 months. I came 2018 December. I arrived at my birthday is 15 December. So I left Nigeria 2018 December 14. So I arrived here in Ghana 2015. So that is it. And when you came to Ghana, what was the first thing you saw that blew your mind away? What did you admire? And was Ghana what you heard it is? The things you heard in Nigeria, the two way we say young boys were clamoring, I felt Ghana, I want to come to Ghana. Ghana is like our dream country. Did you see what you dreamt of or what you imagined? Was it the case? Not at all. I didn't see anything. Right now here in Ghana, Nigerians, if you tell someone that you're in Nigeria here in Ghana, they will come to fear you. The kind of thing they'll be thinking about it. Maybe he's a bad boy, he's a scammer, he's a this and that. And obviously it's true that most of the Nigerians here in Ghana, that's what they do. And when I came first last at Medina. So then, things, girls, flashing things, flexing, all these things. But likewise, Nigerians, especially Lekki area, all these things are common there. So I didn't feel anything. All what I was after is to make that money, to just get what I want. And you see, then my younger brother actually called me, I'm sick, I'm dead, or the house bill, all these things. So I didn't put my mind in any other things outside of money. So
you came to Ghana 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
What was your first meal? And where did you spend your first night? What was the first meal, and how were you making ends meet during that period? Obviously, it was during the festive period. So how was it like for you?
I arrived at night. Yeah, I spent the night there in his house. Although he was in Nigeria then, he only directed me and with calls. I arrived at his house. So I spent the night there, and the people there, they are all Nigerians. So my first meal then that night was rice. I ate rice and stew and I slept. Then the next day, business. That is it.
What business?
They do, he sells phones, buying and selling of phones, repairing phones, all these things. But that doesn't fetch money. We were like two. Myself, I met two people there. So plus me were three. So time goes on where one person left. The guy traveled back to Nigeria, didn't come back. Then in the year 2019, the second person also left, and I was left alone. The man came back, so we were two, myself and himself. So we stayed together, but with things doesn't move, he doesn't pay money, salary, and to me that can't fetch me money or what I really need. So I told him that I really want to move on. I told him I wanted going back to Nigeria. I want to go back to Nigeria, but I wasn't having enough money. When I got to Medina station, I just feel, I don't know anywhere, but I just saw a car loading Tema.
Before we come into your story as a Trotro mate, so after meeting Prince Mackay, right?
Yeah, Prince Mackay.
Then how much were you earning by selling devices, phones? What sort of phones were you selling? And did you have customers you delivered to, or you roamed the streets of Accra or Medina?
It's all these fairly used phone as it is on the road. I mean, by the roadside, we only run after customer at times. Maybe someone passing, just exchange, swapping of phone, all these things. So he only paid, sometimes a month he won't pay. A month, depending on the market. Maybe he has no market, no profit on that. Then he will just give excuses. At times he just give you chop money. Take this one chop, you know there is no business this month, all these things. So that is how.
So how are you surviving? If he wasn't paying you, how are you surviving? Were you eating 3 square meals?
No. One a day. Except maybe with my change I can eat. But I stay in his house, but he cook just once a day. Maybe
did you eat?
in the evening. Maybe if we're selling by 5 or 4, he will just ask me go home and eat. Then you come back. Then I will go home. Then I come back again. Only then.
So you decided to, you wanted to move away, and you saw at Medina the Tema cars loading. Give us a lowdown as to how that all started for you, and why you decided to go into what you're doing now.
No, it was after the lockdown, It was after the lockdown, but just few movements. I think that was last year, November. That's when I left. I left Medina to Tema here. But, I don't know anybody. Even at that, I start from that Medina where I see some customers on the road, and they just know me. I don't know anybody, nowhere to go then. But I just feel let me just move on. Maybe with God, I just have God in me that I will never, as long as I'm hustling, as long as I'll move on, I know something somewhere must happen. So I decided to move. I met a car then loading Tema. So they dropped me here in the station, not this one here, the one over there. Then it was evening then, Sunday. So I came in here, I was like, I'm just new here. I meet so many people. But immediately, once I mentioned Nigerians, they were like, no, you can't get to work here, all this and this. One man ever told me that, guy, go back to Nigeria and I don't see work, go back, what did they do here? But I can't just go, even if I go to Nigeria right now, as in, what am I going to do? Start hunting job again. Definitely, job there in Nigeria is easier than here. Ghana, I don't know if I'm missing because I'm a citizen of Nigeria, but hunting job there in Nigeria is easier for me than here in Ghana.
I think because you're a citizen.
Yeah, because I'm a citizen. Even before I started this trotro work, I met so many people. In fact, I went to one depot around that site. I was like, I want to work, even if it's cleaner or this thing. They were like, I should bring health insurance, I should do this and that. In fact, I'm Nigerian, they can't just help me, they can't employ me. So I came back and I stay here. I slept outside like 2 days. I slept outside right here on this desk here like 2 days before I met a man. I was just passing, the man just called me that, where am I coming from? I to explain everything to him. I was like, can I work with him? I say, yes, I can do any work that will be fetching me money at least. He said, okay. Then that day I started working with him, 4/7.
Do you know about the Nigerian community? Did you try to reach out to the Nigerian community for aid? You are a Muslim or you're a Christian?
No, I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian, but you're an Hausa Christian. You're a Northern Christian, if I should put it that way. Southern Cardinal. Okay, so basically you're a Christian. But did you reach out to a community? Did you reach out to the High Commission possibly?
I think this is my first time hearing this. This is my first. I don't know anything, and I don't know there is any community here. I don't know. In fact, I don't know. I really don't want to meet, as in some others Nigeria around. They always show me some people selling television, selling phones in Nigeria, but as I said earlier, I said phone there at Medina. So I know how the business is. If really it's not your own business, you're working for someone, there is some clashes. So I decided not to meet anybody on that. So I was like, let me just work this. If I have money, maybe transport to go back, or then I will just go back. I'll go back.
So let's talk about who gave you the job. You said the man walked up to you, and how did you start this job you're currently doing?
Yeah, The man, very old man, is it? He say 50 something, 55 years or 56 years. His name is Master Agu. He was here this morning, but by now I think he has gone for a trip. So he called me that afternoon. Yeah, he was like, he asked me where I'm coming from. I told him I'm Nigerian and this and this. I explained everything to him. So he said if I can work this maid work. I say yeah, I can do as long as I earn a living. As in for now I can do it. He say okay, I should work with him. He has no mate. I say okay. Then that day I started working with him. Even some people that rejected me then, because once I told them that I'm Nigerian, they were like, no, go, I have meat.
When you started working with him, the first trip, how were you able to identify the bus stops? Because I know you were mates. How much were you taking of the customers? The people shouted to you because you don't know how to sort of take the monies like how regular mates would. Was it challenging?
Yeah, the major challenges there is the tribe. That tree, that their common language. I don't know anything about that tribe, but by now I know some little things. But then earlier, as in they will talk to me, I have no business with whatsoever they are saying. Aside for you giving money, I'll give you change. So maybe some of you may some of the passenger will even get angry. Who is this boy? Why is then the driver not is Nigeria? Is this? Some of them will even shout at him. Why are you even working with Nigeria? Someone that cannot even cope with us, can't even say anything. In fact, doesn't even know the money. It's about the money. Yeah, I know the money. I know the change. As I said earlier, I work there at Madina and I know Ghana cities. I know, but I have no business with you for you not to give me the money. Then I give you a change. I only take 2 CD for a trip, 4-7. From here to community 4, 7, 8, and 9 is 2 CD. So that's how. But now I'm getting, in fact, now I'm a pro.
Now you're a pro. Okay, so tell us, tell the viewers, you started making money, I assume, or better still, you started familiarizing yourself with the whole trips daily movement. Explain to us, or tell us how your schedule is like when you wake up in the morning. Do you bath before work or you bath after work? Do you brush your teeth before you start at 5 or 4:30 or within the trip? When do you eat? How much food do you buy on your daily trips?
Let me answer the first question, how I get familiar to the bus stops. You see, I met some mates that knows the bus stop earlier, that know it so well. So I call one of them and I'll ask him, just from here to community 9, just tell me the bus stop there. The person will tell him and I'll be writing it down. So sometimes I'll hold the script from the list. So I will call bus stop, although I don't know the bus stop. But once I call bus stop, everybody who responds, I'll just hit the car and my driver know where he will stop. So that was then. But now I'm much familiar to the area. It's 4-7. I've not been to long trip like Bead, all these Beachere. Only once I've been to 22, Ashama, Newtown. But all those long trip I've not been there. So, but the person I'm working with currently only goes 5 and 6, community 5 and 6. Then that too I know. And on the income, daily income, a day they pay 20 CD. 20 CD a day. First afternoon time they will give you 5 CD for me. Then after work, they will give you 20 CD. And this person I'm working with, he closes early. 6:30, 6:30 as in we close. But when I was working earlier, then sometimes from morning 4 or 5 in the morning, we work till 11 or 12. But now, I work from maybe 4, I wake up very early as 4 or 4:30 to clean up the car. Because sometimes we pick students from here to community 11 preset. So from 8 o'clock we start our normal trip, 5 and 6. So at times, I don't bath in the morning. I need a bath money. Especially working this Monday to Friday, Saturday, I don't bath in the morning.
So when do you bath?
I bath night after work. So once I bath night, I have nowhere going, I'll just sleep.
You mean you basically come into the car, you start your trip, but do you brush?
Yeah, I brush. My brush already is this.
But you don't bath?
No, I don't bath money.
Don't you smell?
Ooh. Smell, wow. No, I don't smell, It's only, the work is not as that active, sweating up, except maybe because of the sunny day. For that one, sure, after work I will bath. But before work, morning, everywhere is cool after all. So me, I brush my teeth, I wash my face, then I start clean up the car, start loading. After work 5-6, then I'll go and take my bath, refresh myself, eat and relax.
So tell me, do you want to go back to school? Do you want to go back to Nigeria at any point in time?
Going back to Nigeria, if really I have the opportunity this week, today, tomorrow, I will go. I really miss home. I miss home. No place like home to me. You see, earlier as I said, I thought maybe it would be as fast as I thought. Maybe come and get and go, you know. But even when I was living where I was staying there in Nigeria, I pay the bills when I work in. I pay electricity. I pay everything. I pay landlord. But right now, since I left, my brother also got back to the village, and he has been there now, as I'm talking to you. So nobody, everything I have there in Lagos. Then I have, you know, as young boy, I have so many things in my room. But right now, as I can't just tell where they are. So for me to go back to Nigeria right now, I really want to start. If really I have money to maybe get a Okada, get some startup business, I'll go back to Nigeria. I really want to go back. Yeah.
But do you know that Nigeria is equally not as good as well? I'm here. I'm working here. And I mean, Nigeria is not the best right now. What will you say to government, Buhari for instance, who is a Notna, not a Christian, but he's a Notna? If you had 2 words to say to him, what will you say to government presently? And what is your advice to other people who believe or think that Ghana is like, in quote, London, but instead when you come here there's a lot of discrimination against Nigerians, especially the young ones? What will you tell them? But first, your message to government.
I mean, if not because you asked me, I have no business with them. Because for the beginning, I don't even like anything politics. Election time, sometimes my father forced me to. I can remember my father forced me to go and make voting card. All these voters card they were making then. Then I make that and I voted then. As in, I can say since I make my voters card, I only vote twice. I vote twice. Then after then, as in, I don't know. I don't just like anything government because, you know, back this day in Kaduna, mostly the riot is during election time. Mostly fight, all this is always election time. But the message to him, Mr. Buhari, he's my president up to now, you know. But he has to really work out on it. The government are the major people that are making the youth to leave that country. That is it. Leaving the country doesn't mean that maybe I will leave and I'll go and make it. There are so many people even in Europe or any other foreign country. In fact, I'm even living better than them. I'm sleeping in the car, as you can see here. Most of all my things are here. I hide it somewhere else. But there are so many people right there overseas. They are sleeping on that bridge. Some of them don't even have place to sleep. And right back then in Nigeria, maybe they think, my son is in Europe somewhere, he's having money, all these things. Traveling is not the case if you really have nothing to do there. Traveling, no, it's not the case. But that is it. For those of you that really want to travel to maybe Ghana somewhere, if you really don't have genuine place or somewhere you don't know anybody, you really have to sit where, as in, I don't know what to say again, but you really know where you're going. To me, I won't say that I'm regretting right now, but I wish I knew that this is how I'm gonna be. I won't come. After I was working, I quit my job before I came here. Yeah, I didn't even take permission. I dropped the ID card there and the uniform. When they called me on phone, I told my friend, go to the boys' room and get the ID card and the uniform. I just left thinking maybe everything will be fine, but here I am here.
Isaiah, thank you for speaking to us. I must say your story is quite interesting and touching as well. And I think that whoever is going to see this will possibly learn from it. And I know that Nigerians around the globe are quite disappointed with government, are quite disappointed with our leaders, and it's the hope that at some point the Nigeria we all dream of will be actualized. And I must say, you are a true Nigerian. You are exhibiting the spirit of Nigeria through your hustle, and I hope that at some point in time your hustle will pay. I mean, as I'm also hustling here in Ghana, right? Alright, guys. So that's basically the interview with Isaiah Danjuma, who is a conductor in Ghana, and he just said that he thought Ghana was the dream country. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Discrimination is high, and Ghanaians believe Nigerians are fostered. And I mean, we basically have to change the narrative. How can we do so? It's left to see. My name is Babatunde Adeola Kende from Nigeria TV.
I am here once again with another interesting edition of Talkatainment. My name is Elsie, and as usual, I'm here to bring you something fun. My guest for today is a very dope Ghanaian rapper who is loved by many, especially the youth. But recently, people are of the view that he is a bit biased towards women in his songs, and we'll find out why after this short break. This is Talkatainment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. ToLink is our guest for today. ToLink. Did I mention your name properly?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But why I saw in an interview you once did that it was your mom that gave you that name.
Yeah, my uncle rather.
It was rather your
Yeah,
uncle.
yeah.
What necessitated it?
He said I was stubborn, so it came from the word a tumor.
Oh, okay.
We don't know before. Yeah. That's how the name came about. Yeah.
So he calls you that. So your family also.
Yeah, they'll call me ToLink. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So tell us, how was like lately?
Oh, it's not bad. We did inside. Yeah.
It's kinda by.
Oh, it's kinda. I was say by necessary. Yeah.
When you wear me do, move to your girl. Back me.
Everyone say, "Yeah, money mum there." That was a funny thing, yeah.
So you picked humor out of it.
I see. That's the only thing you picked out of it.
And
I see.
Is that what you say? Yeah, cheating.
Was girls not per class and boys no?
Yeah. Recently, in most of your songs, people say that you have made women victims of attack in the kind of songs you make recently. How do you react to that?
Oh, I don't think it's true because I'm an artist. You know, I pick my vibes from things that happen. I'm inspired by the things that happen around me. So if there's an issue, I feel let me address the issue. I started with child abuse. Now, little boys were the victims. Why didn't they talk about that? You understand? So it got to a time. Was it the Ghanaians abroad coming to Ghana, year of return, the year. So there was some rumor going around that people, the people coming from abroad will come and take our girls. So boys then for DG. It was on Twitter before I even made a song. So it was just something I heard, and I was just trying to,
But there are a number of songs that I personally have listened to, and
which one?
Oh, I've listened to the one you released on Val's Day. I Clay. And the one, the 50. Yeah. They are all like, are they?
You reach that time to the girls, they bill the boys too much. And the boys to say they no go pay. So I'm just, I'm in support, that's all.
So you're like a spokesperson for the guys.
Yeah.
But at a point though, in your songs, like you sound a bit bitter. I said, Obia win your broken heart.
Oh, you mean to win your broken heart?
Hey, are they?
Oh, I mean girls there. You know girls, so Charlie. I not go take my heart to put something and not say
That's it. Like I can sense that some sort of you hold something against. Are they Obia you?
Oh no.
Tell us.
No, I just fear women. That's all. Yeah.
But you have sisters.
I do.
So why?
I don't know. Every boy for no say girl there. You understand? And some up to now, some boys don't know. So I'm just reminding them.
Just say you want to spoil everybody's mind.
Oh yeah, sorry for that.
Why?
Moody is too much, so I for make the boys know me.
And the girl be do sika.
Oh, me the girls in the musica.
Ade, almost me do sika.
Oh nah, no be so. We do musica there for tear man for inside.
And which is?
Oh, Nkola around. I want to make yeah. One we did 12 years into yeah.
But you personally, how many hearts have you broken?
Me, I'm not a heartbreaker. I'm not sure say go there plus me and say it will be a misunderstanding, but me, I don't break hearts. Yeah. I'll let you understand I'm leaving you. I'll make sure you understand. We both understand before I leave you. So there are no heartbreaks whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah.
Your song, Proud Fat Boys.
Yeah.
Did you make enough from it, taking into consideration the sort of mileage it has received, the sort of popularity and all that?
No, I wouldn't say I made a lot because I was on the come up at that time. Everything was new. I didn't know the right deals to take, the right contract to sign and all that. So right now, the more you grow in the industry, the more you realize, oh, well, I have to pick this move, I have to pick that move, I have to pick this move. So I felt if I drop that song right now at this stage, I feel I'll make more from it because I was new. Yeah.
But what was the concept behind that particular song? Is it that you were tired of love songs?
I wanted to change the game. You get me? Can go up to someone talks about someone's music is all about dogs. If you search on YouTube, the person is making like 500,000 views or more. But Ghana, if it's not love or money, it's the same old thing. And I thought, it's getting more. Let me just change the scene. Let me talk about something else. Let me move to the girls and see what happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That brings us back to this particular discussion. Your song, Your Girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
It's a true life story, right?
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
So what inspired it?
True life story, yeah, because we got to a time. I was in a group with my guys and keep sending screenshots. Hey, Charlie, take my woman in phone, so and so, this, that. So I felt, hey, the girls in phone, so the boys for DG. They should read their chats. If you love me, you let me see what's going on. Hey, you back. When the relationship stage gets to that level, that's when the boy, if you watch movies, they give their keys to the girls and the girls also give up. You've gotten to that level. So if you think you're on that level with a girl or the girl's on that level with you should give you her phone. If a girl starts by saying, play, hey, my privacy, your phone, you know that she's hiding something. If it's something in there. Hey, my phone password no data. My phone password no data. I don't mind.
You choke.
Oh yeah. I have nothing to hide. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can we have a look?
I want my phone today. You quench. Make you put charge on them. And then see. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You did a remix on that particular song with Fowls and Ice Springs.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why it was Fowls and Ice Springs you chose?
I was planning on doing a Nigerian version, South African version, and the UK version. But it was taking time, and I had to drop new projects. Because even the Fowls and Ice Springs feature, I came, I think 5 to 6 months after the original release. And normally you don't wait on remixes like that. So I felt, oh, let me just do the Ghana and Niger version. Yeah. So that was the plan. Yeah.
But why Fowls and why Ice Springs?
Fowls said he wanted to jump on the song. Ice Springs too. Yeah. Yeah. So I just pushed give them fast. Yeah.
Your child abuse song, or let me say a project.
Yeah.
Did you feel it has achieved its purpose as you wanted it to?
It hasn't. Like I keep saying, if you are naive, that song, I wasn't under any label. I didn't have a manager. So it was, okay, let's try this. It was just, we were trying stuff. I think a year or two after, I think, is it non-profit, what do they call them? Non-governmental NGO organization moved to me and they were like, I think what you did here was a good initiative. You want us to do this, do that, do this, do that. But time was fast spent, you get me? So if I'd met them earlier, I'll be like, okay, dropping a song. It was even like recently, that's why I got to know that a song like that can go for, there's a category in the VGM is like, can take that song, like a whole lot. The more you grow in the industry, the more you learn about those things. So I just dropped the songs, made the streams, play shows, and that was it. So I felt it didn't really make that impact I was expecting. Yeah.
But you really think it's too late to do such a thing?
It's too late. Charlie, that song be like 3 years or 4 years.
But the child abuse thing is still prevalent.
So if someone moves to me,
why would not you move to any of the government agencies or non-private NGOs?
Yeah.
Have you thought of that?
I have. We've tried, honestly. I keep saying, it's the links, though. It's the links. If you have the right links, you can talk to the right people. Yeah.
To what extent did Sarkodie's Bibiba influence your career?
Oh, it really put me on a different level, because before that, people thought I only sing. Not even rap, they thought I was just, oh, I do vibes and all. So when they even saw me on that song, like, they had to go like, hey, what's ToLink come to do on that song? So for the rap side, because I'm a rapper, you get me, it really put me on a different level. But yeah.
And beyond all the mileage you have received so far, have you sort of gained in terms of monetary, profit? Have you made money from it?
From it?
Yes, from your influence.
From that song?
From the exposure you have gotten?
Oh yeah, I have. Then came along features and shows. Yeah.
You also went on the UK. I think you did a concert.
No, I didn't.
You were not there.
No, that was before Bibiba. That was trumpet.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I think the Bibiba, he took some of the rappers to UK. Or
the only thing they with them was VGMA.
Really?
Because we were in a group. Anything that happens, they tell us.
What do you think you are doing wrong in terms of your career?
Maybe I'm not connecting enough. I'm a laid-back person, but to be an artist, you can't be laid back. People fake some kind of lifestyle. You have to fake lavish. You have to fake happy all the time. Some people can't. So I'm still adjusting. I feel, if I was, let's say, like Shatta, I would move faster. Some people are naturally calm, but they also move faster. But the right way to move in Ghana is to be hyperactive. That's what I think. Yeah.
So when do you plan on switching from your shell?
I'm still there in the process.
How long are you going to be in the process?
I'm in the process, so that's what I'm doing. So I'm switching. Maybe I'll switch. Who knows? Yeah.
Have you agreed that you have a different personality from your songs?
Yeah.
Do you get that?
Who said I'm an F-boy? Who said?
I never mentioned that you're an F-boy.
Who said Familia is broke?
Ooh. But can you attest to the fact that, or do you get people approaching you?
You get what I'm saying? Who said Kwesiata is broke?
I don't get you.
But they keep saying they're on the street. It's the song you start with. It's the brand you pick up. Who said Shatta Wale is a villain? Shatta Wale is a loving guy, but people will figure Shatta be this, Shatta be that. They understand. Who says Stonebwoy is a soft guy? You get me? So it's the brand. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On this note, let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we give you more. This is Talkatainment. Stay tuned.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
This year, you need to Bailey a Monday, a block you Tuesday. Slake with Mutiati and Kankani Moani, I promise him a bone straight. Bombay Jumani, a giant or dampen and Kawenya coin toothpick. This year, no long talk. Oh, my area could fear a trap in next page. Vows day, we mini gear board plans, name on DD and ghost mode. Upon the boom for a day, Jamari, and family home, Kamikot. Girls go, they come, girls go, they go. So, if I'm a World Cup, a war till then, my chill big girl, I'm a tough friend, and hope for me, I let go. Too late.
Hey! Mashakio. I'm not really paying attention to all the lyrics, but just why? What did we do to you?
It was just a vibe. nothing really. No
so
hard
you don't
feelings.
mean what you're
saying?
saying?
I don't. Oh, nah.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Say, wake up in Kwan.
Wake up and they want too much. Price that goes through too much, yeah.
All right. You mentioned what you're not doing right about your career.
Yeah.
Let's move to the good things. What do you feel that you are doing right about your
Okay, I'm that type of artist. If I join a label, there's no go stress for my top, cause without me getting a manager and everything, that type of artist. If I drop a 1 second video of a song, I normally drop a freestyle before the song comes out. It's already trending on social media. The problem is, getting the songs to the DJs, promoting it like mass promo. So if I join a label, I get a manager right now. That side will be easy. That's a good thing I'm doing. Look, what I did right now is like 30 seconds, but it's jaw dropping. That's the whole thing. So that's the aim. Before this, we knew, Charlie, there's no money to do this, to give to a DJ. So let's make sure the 30-second video will do and put on Instagram, get people talking. Yeah. So ever since my songs or the first line or first 16 go bust your brain. I'm that good. Yeah. Yeah.
What's your darkest moment ever since you started your music career?
Oh, the way darkest moment.
Yeah.
Do I even have one?
You should.
Yeah. I'm that type of person. I don't keep, bad energy inside, so I don't remember. I'm sure I have a lot of them, but I don't remember. Yeah.
You haven't encountered any backstage experiences?
Oh, that down there plenty.
Tell us some.
Sometimes the reason why we stick to business, we are like strictly business, even though we are friends or not, people think, oh, ToLink is right now, you figure you blow. Now you say I will pay you the money after the show, you won't complain. Sometimes, and go all the way to Kumasi, because you know the people, we've worked for a while. We'll be like, okay, you just perform, giving you half of the money. When you're done, we'll pay the rest. I remember sometime I went to Kumasi, because it has happened so many times. I was like, this time around, if you don't pay the full amount, you don't go perform. So I was backstage, I was the last performer. They were screaming, ToLink, where's ToLink, where's ToLink? So the guy was like, see, the people are waiting for you. If you don't do it for me, can do it for the people. I was like, see, give me the money. And they say, they do all about the money or blah, blah. So okay, you will finish now. Now we finish, the guy say, the network is slow, so tomorrow. And my acting manager was like, now I was like, what you go show me what you go do? If I say I don't go give you the money, what you go do about them? I felt so stupid, like, so 1 second you were acting like you need it so much, you're going to pay, but now because I'm done playing, that's how cold some promoters can be. When they are done with you, they know the best. Yeah, when they are done with you, they know the best.
So did he eventually pay the money?
Yeah, he did, sure.
How long did it take?
Oh, wow. We even delayed. We had another show somewhere. He delayed himself, yeah. He said it to my manager's face. If you say no again, what we go do? Yeah, I understand. And we kept quiet.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is your greatest achievement so far in your career?
Greatest achievement. I have people who appreciate my work, who share my stuff. That alone, because I know people who are doing what I do. I don't get a chance to climb stages, to be on TV. Blowing up, it'll be a different blessing on its own, because I started with a lot of people, and I know people who are even better than me, who are still underground, you get me? So blowing up alone be one great achievement, yeah.
Okay. You wanted to be a barber?
When I talk this thing for? Yeah, when I was young, yeah.
How did that pan out?
More PVX plus me, it's childhood fantasies. I want to be this, you want to be that. Yeah. I wanted to be a soldier too. I wanted to be a goalkeeper. Now when I acted on this small, yeah, at the end of the day, this is the true calling. Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a quick breather here as we go over to Abrantepa with the Discovery segment. We'll be right back.
I say where they come from, be easy. 10 years you for fight for yourself, oh. But don't be greedy. See, mommy no get, poppy no get, uncle get, you know, be your own. If brother no get, we sister no get, your auntie get, you know, be your own. If you bed when you sick, them go talk, say you be lazy. Them go watch make you die. Them go do your funeral so crazy. Ebusian do funu, ebusian e bad. Whine me cousin. Sick of 10 Ghana, my uncle died. Into my family wondering. Me, I want to see the money. Me, I want to see the money.
Right, so that's Big Cross on the Talkatainment Discovery segment. My name is Abrantepa. Big Cross, Charlie.
Bro.
Welcome. What do you do?
I do music and at first I would say high life, but you see when you say high life, strictly Ghana. But when you say Afrobeat, the whole Africa, and high life comes under. So I do more of high life and a bit of hip hop, a bit of dancehall.
Okay. How did it start for you? How did you discover your talent?
Let's say back then, anytime we day park, we play football, I would say like 5 minutes. Then with Jamie. But when it comes to music and dance, nobody did. So from there, I just can't realize, okay, this is what I go to do more. So let me focus on that. So as I grew up, it has always been music.
When you pick a pen to write, what goes through your mind? What do you intend doing?
Well, I actually don't do like others do, like pick a pen and paper and then write. Mine is hear beats. If the beats calls for lyrics, definitely it will drop. So I don't really plan like, okay, I'm going to do a song about a girl, do a song about this. When I hear beats, you know, I've been through a lot already. Being a street boy, I've been through a whole lot of hustle. And I know what they happen for the streets. So when you hear a beat, you know, say, okay, Mogu.
Okay.
So that's basically.
So share with us your experience on the streets. What happens there? You said you've been through a lot.
Let me say, as I said earlier on class 4, I found myself on the street at the age of 10. And I've been on the street since then till now. So you can understand, like, sleeping in places like UPS, when it was IPS, doing construction, like that pong kind of thing, pushing trucks. Like I've been through, when you say somebody's been through hell, yeah, I know how it feels like. So, you may not have an anchor, a bit of trouble. Yeah, because being here and going to hell, I don't see the difference. You understand? Yeah, so definitely, if heaven did, yeah, man for days.
So the decision to do music, is it because of what you've been through and your inability to achieve a certain level of success on the other part of the world that has made you decide to do music? Or if you had the best of chances, you wouldn't be doing music at all?
No, like, you see, one of the best things in life is to know what you can do. That's one of the best things. And you see, even biblically, there is this saying, seek ye the kingdom first and its righteousness, and the rest shall be added. Seeking what is inside you and then doing it well with all your heart definitely will take you to places. If not for music, I wouldn't have been here talking to you. You got it? Yes. So when I realized this is what I can do, this is what I know. Even if my father was say Dangote, I will still do music because I know, yeah, this is what I can do and I can do it better.
How many songs do you have so far?
If I should tell you the number of songs I have, I would lie to you. Let's say over 200 recorded singles. I've done a lot of songs. Yes.
All these songs, what has happened to them?
I'm still pushing. You know, music is a business, and you know, just like somebody who venture into tomato selling, you definitely need some capital and then some packaging and stuff. Yeah, so I believe having all these songs, all I need is to push myself more. Yeah, I believe with the pushing I am doing, even though I'm not doing like investing much of money because it's kind of new, you understand, yes. But with the little I'm doing, I believe soon.
Does it get frustrating at times?
No,
that
to
you
me.
have the talent, but you are not getting to the height you wish.
To me, I believe this is life. Some people were born into a certain home where you wake up, you don't need to think. And a certain home where you wake up, what to chop safe. So I've accepted all these things. And I've come to accept that with the hard work or push, you will definitely get there. So I've never been frustrated like, why am I? I'm a human being. Sometimes I will think though, but frustration there. Because frustration, at the moment frustration sets in, only find if it's bad, it overstand. Definitely, so frustration there.
That's a job, right? All right, your final words to your fans out there.
All right, this is B Cross. My fans, you've supported B Cross right from day one till today. What do I say? No play gang, kill we gang. Keep supporting the movement. Yeah, you are now here. Forget everybody. What does it take to be your boyfriend? Make a try, my luck. I hope say you know be Gucci and Prada shoes I can buy double. My papa no be Dangote, but wahala no de, I dey do well. Oh. Me and the me boss mo go be a rat we am a konobo. Your bam bam make me pour down for you. I dey pour down for you, baby. Oh yeah. B Cross, Madu, GhanaWeb. Big up.
This is your friend, Brantipa.
Yo.
Over to you, LC. We meet some other time with yet another discovery.
Thanks, Abrantepa, for that interesting one. Now let's continue with our chit-chatting with ToLink. Your name somehow sounds funny. I don't know, but
yeah.
Okay, so did your parents agree to this whole music career of yours from the onset?
No. 90% of Ghanaian parents no go back. But when the money starts coming, when they see results, that's how it is in Ghana. So I knew that would happen. So my aim was to like, it has to work. Because if it doesn't work, it'll be like I told you so. You're a failure, you wasted your whole life and things. So I was just eager. Because every night, I remember when the studio was inside, mom can come and be like, hey, they waste time, then, this thing, they do nothing better. And since, yeah, I understand. But when they see results, then the support will start to come. Yeah.
So that has somehow served as an inspiration. It kind of pushed you to be better because you can't afford to fail.
It has, but it's not a good thing because some people, because they're under pressure, they do some things they're not supposed to do. Drop some kind of songs, sign some kind of contracts, you understand? And later they get stuck because maybe, see Shatawale, he came, he blew up, he went down for like close to 10 years and he came back. You think he was under his dad, you know if he take that pressure, you understand? But he was away, he went to Jamaica, if you have parents who are supportive, oh, okay, so you want to do this, I'll send you money to do this, I'll help you with this, it's smooth. But if every morning you wake up to see your parents complaining, either you quit or Charlie, you do something you regret. Yeah.
Your name, Osaibonsu?
Chief Osaibonsu.
Chief.
Yeah.
Osaibonsu.
Yeah.
Are you of royal lineage?
Yeah, my dad is a chief. Yeah.
From?
Swabe.
That's in?
Eastern region.
Eastern region.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Achim Swabe.
Yeah, Prince.
Yeah.
Okay. Your songs. We are going to be talking more about your song, but I want to use as basis. Ochame Kwame has released this book that he talks about the fact that sex before marriage shouldn't be encouraged. That's his opinion. Brother Sami also in a couple of interviews always, you know Brother Sami, the gospel musician, is seen talking about his sexual escapades with his wives. I don't know whether with his wife. I don't know whether you've heard it. Okay. I don't want to go much into that. It's heavier than my mouth, I can't say. But you in your songs too, I can hear a bit of vulgar words here and there.
Yeah.
Where's your stand? Where do you stand with regards to
sex before marriage is pivotal because I feel when people even find love through sex, can fantasize about a girl or fall so deep for a girl, but when you are done, you know, with everything, you feel So I keep saying it's difficult for men to have sex with someone and say, oh, I fall for this girl still. So I tell my friends that if you are with a girl and you guys have sex, and the feeling is still like before, you have to marry that girl. So what our forefathers were doing there, I didn't even feel bad for them because you go friend don't say, Charlie, no, it was just a lust. You get me? Maybe you lust after the person, but you think it's love. So if I not come before then, she say, yeah, you still the lover, man. You know what I'm saying is true. You don't go reply. I'm also interview. You know what I'm saying is true.
Before you ask me your question, the marriages at that time is you can't compare it to now. There's a bit of a difference. No, not a bit. There's quite a huge difference.
Why you say that?
Because some of them don't even marry based on this whole love thingy. Betrothal. Yeah, you just be there and then this is your husband.
Okay, now I've gone too much. Let's say in the 60s, when if you love someone, you go and see their family. You can't even, link up with the person. The only time you guys are in a room is after the wedding, the honeymoon. More boys go regret. I'm telling you. I'm sure I'll propose to more of them regret. That's why the whites, you can see, a 60-year-old couple. They are so in love. It's really nice. But our parents, like generally, like them be workmates. They just you will see them being pegging each other, chopping laughter. Like it's weird. But that's what I think. Yeah.
So your question. You said you were asking.
I'll be also what are they talking through. Say if you knock the girl first and know if you really love her or not.
Yeah. Me, I don't know.
Oh, you know, pa.
I don't know.
You be smart girl, Yeah.
So how long can you stay without sex?
This whole year, no knock.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm a swine shoe. Yeah. This whole year. I'll try. I'll do 6 months.
I don't believe you.
Oh, true.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. When I'm busy there, Charlie. I'm working on an album, Charlie. I want it to be very perfect, so.
But where's your girlfriend?
Who?
Your girlfriend.
I'm playing too, so which of them?
Hey!
Yeah.
I don't know them. Okay, there's serious
they are
one.
Around.
Yeah, there's one that you like.
Serious round. I said serious, sorry. Because it be like soccer. The player who's on form is the serious one.
But since they are many, do you let them know their stance?
Like
you're not the only one, so...
I'll treat you like the only one. Why should I do that?
Hey,
I have to let you feel special.
You are dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
You are the real fuck boy.
Yeah, I need this. Yeah.
Okay, so what is this one thing that your partner will do to you that you feel no amount of apology can solve? We are done.
Alright, Charlie. I haven't been cheated on yet. I keep saying that if I have a girl and she cheats on me, that's it. No matter what you do, even if it's the day before or the day after our marriage, I'll still cut you off. But I've seen boys where them are hard past me, where them are girls they cheat on them and then they go back to them. I think it's love. So I would have said cheating, but what's worse than cheating? That's the truth. So I don't know. I wouldn't lie and say, but for now, if you cheat on me, there, no matter what.
No matter what, you break up.
Yeah.
But when you cheat on the person, would you expect her to forgive you?
Do you want us to be greedy? I don't know. So, before at least every man forget like 7 girls.
Hey.
Yeah. So okay, if you decide to we'll be one girl, and the funny thing is the girls who keep saying you guys are not faithful. Okay, so the boys all say they will come out to one girl. The rest, what people go do? You understand? So you guys should understand. That's why if a boy cheats on a girl, normal story. If a girl cheats on the boy, it's serious. It be serious matter. You guys know it. You know it. You understand? Yeah. So that would okay. I can cheat on you, but don't cheat on me.
Hey.
Yeah.
I can go through your phone.
Oh sure. No problem.
And you allow that?
Yeah.
What if because I don't want you to go through my phone, I also not go through your phone?
If you tell me, oh, because I respect your privacy. I know you're hiding something. No girl do that. Girls are very inquisitive. The word came from girls. So every girl, yes, I'm telling you, if a girl doesn't read your chats, that means there's something wrong. I'm telling you. Girls are jealous. Girls are very, very jealous.
What if a girl naturally is like that?
Naturally?
Yeah. And I don't think it's every girl who is...
Okay, don't read my chat, but read yours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Me, they'll read yours. Oh yeah, they'll read yours. If I don't, that'll be your...
With password?
Yeah. For my face, if I do that thing, so when I take your phone, it'll go unlock. Yeah, I had a girl, like... I had this UK girl some time ago. I don't know when I met the first time I met her, it was them online dating. So the first time I met her, she just took her phone and that was an iPhone 6 or tampering. She did that thing for me, so I can take her phone at any time. I think we broke up, we met at the studio. She was also an artist. So I took her phone and I was trying to unlock it. It wasn't like, so your time passed. I'm with someone else. So she took my thumbprint off. That'd be the whole thing. Yeah, I understand. If we did do that thing, I have to know everything that is going on. I met this guy today. This guy said he likes me. I have to know everything. So if my boys say, hey, I saw your girl in a car with someone, I'll be like, oh, in lecture that. So if I don't know, you bab, I will feel like I don't go get anything talk. Then the boys know something they go on. And if she explains later on, I can't be the same boys and come and explain that, see, so and so. Yeah, I understand. That be the trust too. So all starts with the phone. Yeah.
I see. In your iClass song, there were like 3 lines that spoke about masturbation.
Yeah, triape.
Yes, and then the Vaseline.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but I think it's either 2 or yeah. And now that you are saying that you haven't been with a woman from the beginning of the year till now, how often do you masturbate?
I don't masturbate. And are you girl did what are they masturbating do? No.
But you said you haven't been with any girl.
Yeah, I'm busy with work.
So how do you deal with your sexual urges?
I don't. I have a wet dream or something. Yeah. If I get really horny, I'll have a wet dream and I'm okay.
You are lying.
Yeah, God they control me. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, God feels okay. Yeah. More about a crowd here. Then that'll be all.
So when you so Vaseline,
Debbie. Me name him for that.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh no. Girl day pa. On the real no.
Girl day.
Girl day I go link girl.
When you talk say this whole year, you know link girl.
I haven't been in the mood. That's the
From
thing.
January.
I'm busy with work. Yeah. My mind's
so you're
boss.
always on your machine.
You know my place now. Anytime pass through. Every evening come and see. I'll be here. When you come, we'll talk. There you go. Serious. Always busy with work. You can ask the boys. Yeah.
Oh
yeah. It's Michelle.
Apart from music, what do you do?
Music. I'm a businessman.
When you say business, what exactly do
anything you about money be a day inside. So I'm a businessman.
Anything about money?
Yeah.
Jack of all trades?
Yeah.
Master
of none. Yeah. I like money, so yeah.
But you can state you should have a specialization.
Okay, I'm not building on that. Yeah, but right now, I'm a businessman. Yeah.
So if I want to buy underwear,
yes,
you can provide.
Okay, I'm a middleman. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for helping me find a profession. Cause I'll link you. If I know it's 2 CDs, I'll go add my own. Yeah. Oh, it's 5 CDs. Then I add mine and I'll take 3 CDs. That's all.
So you can link me to someone who sells underwear.
Yeah.
You know people who sell ladies' pants.
Right now, anything. I get shares for black market too. So yeah. If one, yeah. So anything they want, replica of what was the Mona Lisa. I go feel link you. Yeah.
I want that thing, so I go feel you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sure you've heard this whole controversy surrounding the Grammy Awards thingy.
Yeah.
It's quite a big issue that I don't want us to really delve into, but just to ask you, what do you think that we are not doing right as an industry?
We are not investing enough. We are not investing enough. Because I don't know who has taken a Grammy who isn't under a renowned label or a competent label. Because Grammy, they take a lot of things into consideration. The record, the mixing and mashing of the record, the video quality, the features, the production, the producers, a lot of things. So some boy from a backyard of some boy and I think is it like more than 50% of Ghanaian artists are on their own. And that's not the way to go. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's not the way to, if you really want to make it. That's why you notice anytime Davido, Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, they move to the next level. Before you hear them take a BET or a Grammy or something, you notice they are signed, they get an endorsement deal, they get a contract from Universal or something. Now they open doors for them. That's the thing. So we are not investing enough and we are not projecting enough.
So when you woke up that morning and you realized that Wizkid and Burna Boy took the award, and then there's this whole argument on Twitter, attacks here and there, left, right, center, forward. As an artist, how did you feel?
I wouldn't say I was disappointed because they do it all the time. I'm surprised the big guns in the industry, it should be us. There's too much hate in the industry. I didn't like what happened at all. Seeing people throw shots to other people, then excuse me to say, Kwame Eugene, Willie Sebe Kontomre, blah blah blah. Look at the Nigerian, look at Rema. Rema do maybe he has like a 16-bar verse of like gibberish. He didn't see anything. But he'll be nominated for Grammy. Grammy's not about the lyrics. So I used to think it was about lyrics and composition. It's about the links, who you know, and your budget. So Ghanaians should stop that thing and see these local artists, blah blah blah. We should support each other. We should rather invest. And the hate is too much. The trolling. Kiddy says something. Human being they use, while the other people, their mates are making it. They use that thing to drag them. Like Ghana, anytime, if it's a good thing, crowd, I know they do drag you with it. It's not good. The hate be too much. And I sure give the top dogs what they were doing that day. I sure give them. Whoever started it, I sure give them one. Yeah.
So, Kojo Sheldon too was stating the fact that most of our music is based on noise because when you sing song, let's take into consideration Aquabwa. You know, he takes his time to write songs, record, sing. You know, every lyric is kind of like, you know, makes sense. But he's not as out there as he should be. But then someone comes out with this song with, I don't know, lyrics that do not make sense, and he's all over the place. So he says that until we learn to put together sensible lyrics, compose good songs, he doesn't think we are on our way to winning a Grammy. Do you agree with that assertion?
It's all about evolution and adaptation, because I don't know why people are keen and focused on lyrics all the time. I'm a lyricist. I used to be that type of person. Oh, this guy not talking it in Isha. But let me tell you something. Someone who can write a lot and doesn't sell his music, and someone who doesn't say anything, not a single word. Person sells his music, a person is global. He's the better musician. So if I'm playing the drums or a guitar, can you quote or can you translate what the guitar is saying? Do you understand what the guitar is saying? Music is melodies. If the melodies is better, people will enjoy it more. So it's high time we stop. And he wrote the song well. Look at the harmony. Look at the lyrics, and it doesn't matter. Music right now. I think the song that's after Jerusalem, good. We don't even understand it, but we like the song. You get me? So imagine it was gibberish. One of the biggest songs in the world, not Africa. You get me? Followed by this new Azonto beat with the challenge going on. No lyrics. You understand? So be able to make music people will appreciate and stop, and I have to write and bring people to come and add. No need. No need, cry. Yeah.
Okay, my final question is, I think lately a lot of senior artists who have somewhat managed young artists, groomed them into becoming, you know, big names in the industry that we can see now, are thinking that their young ones, because they have attained a level of fame, they somewhat don't regard them as they should. The likes of Samini, you know what recently happened with Samini and Stone, but I think it's still happening. You know, they are not on good terms because Samini thinks that Stone Boy is not regarding him as his godfather. I think similar thing has happened with Kewa and Yao Bek. There have been instances where people have left their label because they feel that they are not being treated well as they ought to be, all because of this father legend. I brought you up, I'm your boss. So when you get to a stage, what is your view on that?
So now we don't know what the problem is, if it's from the managers, the label, or the artist. I keep saying, you know, managing an artist, it's like a marriage. Whatever will happen, few people, you know, live together and let's say pass away together. The divorces then things there are plenty. Until now, we are not blaming it on the men, or that we still don't know. Things happen. Human beings are not the same, you understand? So when you are signing an artist, you just have to pray you get someone who will tally with your ideas, who understands you. The whole thing is understanding the artist. I'm not sure an artist can just... Ghanaians, we are loyal. When it comes to loyalty, Ghanaians, we are loyal. We choose loyalty over sense. Oh, you say make I go kill this guy, I go do because I'm loyal to him. So what they are saying, I know they believe, and the artists are also saying label control them too much, and they tell them what to do. They don't give them the chance to drop the songs they want. That's mostly the story. I would say before you sign a contract, before you not even sign a contract, you move to this label, you should know the style of music or the ideas. Someone was saying the way Akwaba was under Sako there, that's a good fit. Akwaba can never be under Links. Why will Akwaba go and be under Links? Kwame Eugene and Akwaba, they are different artists. Links, they like more commercial music. So you should know where you are going to. So instead of Akwaba going to Links, you just go to Success where it fits properly. So the thing is understanding. Mostly it's misunderstanding. Yeah.
Okay, so your final words. Okay, before that, what are you working on? What are you giving your fans?
Working on an album.
Yeah. When is it coming out?
Somewhere mid-year. June, July, thereabout. I'm not sure because it's not ready.
So what should they expect?
Oh, greatness, nothing but greatness. Yeah.
Are you going to be attacking us again?
Oh no. This time I
Are you sure?
I played the lover boy role.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You, Martin. Yeah. Then state your final words to your fans.
Yeah, when people keep supporting the boy, Charlie, I won't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So this year, you're going to go bigger, you're going to do more stuff. So all I need from you is your support, to share my stuff. That's all. Love you guys. Bless up.
Finally, we have come to an end of this edition of Talkatainment. I hope to see you another time with another interesting one. Till then, stay safe and be blessed. Bye.
Fuck boys, you know like cheap girls, but low key we dey stalk them a page. We go like run, but we dey fear. Screenshots go fit pie, so we base. Fuck boys, loud songs we dey play. We won't feel more bass for the room. We dey stress old girl, but she dey prepaid. It be we dey chill. Fuck boys, every day we no get, but we go like make you buy, make we chop. We go take one money tier bet. If you share Lukaku be the cause. Story day, so rush with the rush. But nothing with the gain. Phone top pet with your course. If you meet her, play with the bag. Fuck boys should be fuck, we no care. We this. We this.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
That's how it's called in the Akan language. For Ewes, they call it Jonu. In Ga, it's known as Ashino. And here in Somanya, they call it moi. So some people use it as a spiritual totem. Others use it during special festivals or for cultural display. Ladies would usually use this around their waist as an adornment. And for some people, it's just a fashion statement. So today we are looking at bead making and everything that goes into it from start to finish. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Amihagan. You can see some young men behind me working hard. That is the start of a whole process we are going to go into right after this break. Welcome aboard. Morning. Okay?
Yes, I'm
okay. My name is Wanda.
My name is
Abraham Tete. Okay. So we came to visit you. We want to learn everything about what you do, beads making. So guys, we are speaking to Abraham Tete today. He's our guest on the show. And welcome back from that short break. So you start everything here.
Yeah.
The whole bead making process.
The baking process, we had the crobos that introduced the bead, glass bead.
Glass beads.
The crobos.
Okay.
They introduced glass beads.
Where do beads come from?
It comes from prehistoric peoples. They use it, but we came on it. They born it on us.
You came to meet.
We came to meet. Okay. That we don't know much about the prehistoric men.
I know there are different types of beads. Which one do you do?
We do the grass bead.
Okay. So which kinds of other beads do we have?
We have the stone beads, the seed one. That's all.
And then the glass one.
And the rubber one.
We have the rubber one,
rubber
as in plastic
beads.
Yes. But what you do is glass beads. Okay. So we'll be going around so that we learn the tools and then how you go about the process. Where are we starting from?
We are starting from how they pound it.
How they pound the glass. Okay. But where do you even get your glass from?
You get it from Kofoda, Accra. The broken bottles.
Broken bottles.
Livers.
Okay. So just any glass material.
Glass.
Okay.
But we will use the store one.
So what goes into the breaking?
The breaking.
What do you use to break the glass?
We use the mortar. This.
This tool is called the mortar.
The mortar.
So you just pound it like you're pounding fufu.
Yeah. So after pounding it.
But how smooth must it be before you move?
It will take a time, by 1 hour or two. So after that, you sieve, you get the powder one. And that's it. So after pounding, you sieve.
So this is what it looks like when you're done pounding.
We use this one, the powder one. We have the two types of baking the grass bead. We have the cutting one. That one, you no put any color on it.
Okay.
You cut in the shape you want. Then you fire it. Okay. Then you create a hole on it. But this one, after pounding, you sieve. Then you add the color, the sodium.
So you have different colors that you use?
Any color you want. So this is yellow.
You add it to the
smooth powder one. Then you mix it.
So because it's smooth, it won't cut you?
It will not cut. It's a powder one. It's a sieving. It will make a powder form.
Okay.
Additional, we finish.
So you're done with the mixing now?
Yes.
Whilst we are going to the oven, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But what types of beads do we make? I'm wearing one. This one is for dressing.
For
right?
dressing. That's the necklace.
Necklace. And then the bracelet.
The bracelet.
So which other ones do we have that you make?
We have the waist bead.
The smaller one.
The smaller one. That one, the white men who do it.
Okay.
But our own is the necklace with the wrist one.
So you don't make waist beads here?
Yes, we don't make them.
Okay. So after the
adding
of the color.
Mixing of the color, we cut cassava stick. We cut cassava stick in order to make a hole for threading. You get it? If we make it raw, there will not be hole inside.
Okay. So you put the stick inside.
Inside
before
to create hole.
Okay. What is this thing called, by the way?
It's the mold.
Okay.
But you use clay.
So you do it yourself or you buy it?
Ourselves, we
You do it yourself. So you use clay to mold and then you put the holes in
inside.
yourself.
So after cutting the cassava stick, then you pour the powder into it.
Oh, okay.
If you want to do design inside, the designing process, we have two making. We have the making on it, and we have the making outside, designing outside. You get it? To design inside, you have the body, the tiny one. You create outside the bit. There you add a designer color you want to appear on the surface of the bead.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Yeah. So this is designing inside
the bead,
mold.
The mold.
Okay.
If you want it to be round, you can do it. So after that, then you put them on fire.
Okay. How many types of molds do you have?
The design you want to make it.
So I see the smaller one.
We have the round bead.
Okay.
And the straight one. We have the tiny one. We have the big one.
So the one I'm wearing, for instance, how was it made?
It's the same as this.
Okay, but so this is the round one.
Oh, the straight one.
This is the straight one. Okay, so we are going to put it in the fire.
You put it on the fire. You allow it to wait for 15 minutes to allow the stick to burn.
Okay. Then after that?
After that, then you fire it.
So this is the baking process?
The baking process.
How long does it take in the oven?
It will depend on amount of fire you give them.
Okay.
Like 30 minutes, it will cake or it will bake.
Okay.
So, okay. Have you seen that it is hot?
Yeah. And it has formed
a color, a shape.
Yes.
So after this thought, it will be like a melting.
This thing you are using, what is it called?
Bodkin.
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 Okay.
But another hole inside. You get me?
You create another hole aside the one that the stick created.
Yeah. The stick, it bent. But when it will bake, the hole inside it will become contracted. Like it will come together, or smaller
so
shape.
So
you have to expand it. That's why you use the bodkin.
Okay.
To make another hole or to expand the hole inside.
And then you press it.
You press it. The pressing, this one we want it to be round. That's why we press it.
So if you want it to be straight, you just leave it like that.
You leave it like that.
Okay. So Abraham, let's hold it here and take a quick break. We've been learning about the bead making process. He's taking us through a number of steps already. There's still more to come, and then we'll be having the conversation about who buys what, how expensive or lucrative this business is. We'll be right back. Do stay.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break. Thank you for staying with us. We are at Abraham's workshop here in Suminya, and we are learning all about bead making and the whole process, how we get our beautiful beads. This is still people and places. So I see a lot of fire. You mentioned baking. Doesn't it hurt you? There's smoke and the fire and everything.
It's about the protection of God. But it's all good.
So how long have you been doing this, for example?
25 years now.
25 years with fire?
Yes.
Are you married? Let me just ask.
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay. Doesn't it affect your health in any way?
Yeah, it doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect your health in any way at all. So you have children?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So before the break, you were talking about baking and then cooling.
Cooling.
So the cooling will take about how many minutes?
30 minutes to 40.
And then after that?
You remove them for it to work.
Sorry, before you go, you don't. This equipment.
It's a bar.
What is it called?
A bar.
A bar. Mm. What you use to pick the
bead.
Can I try one?
Yeah.
But how do you get the very last one out from the fire?
There is the iron rod are long.
Okay.
So you put it.
You push it back and then remove it. Okay. So let's go to our cooled beads.
You remove them.
Okay. So these ones have been out.
They are finished.
Okay.
Finished food. They are the finished one.
Oh. All these ones are round.
Round. We are going to wash them. You put them on the sack.
Okay.
Then you add sand.
Sand?
Sand.
Why? Why are we adding
to remove
sand?
the white. Have you seen that there's a white clay kaolin?
Yeah,
the clay.
The clay.
We have the kaolin, the white clay. We use on the mold.
Okay.
So you
so
add.
It gets stuck. To the thing. So the sand does what to it?
You have to remove the kaolin. Sandy soil, the sandy one. To remove the kaolin white one on it, on the surface. Then you make it down.
I see. So the sand you put inside will wash the.
You wash the white clay on the surface.
Okay.
We finish the washing. Have you seen that there's no whitish?
So the
clay.
sand.
The sun remove everything on it.
So these beads, for example, were used. The yellow color was used.
Yes.
For
this is the gold one.
Gold.
Gold.
Okay. So from the rinsing part, we are going to do
threading.
Threading. Okay.
So do you like have somebody who does everything, or you do everything? Like
Someone
you
who
have
thread.
team members.
We have.
So someone who pound the glass.
Yes.
Somebody who
Thread. Someone.
thread. Somebody who
fire
mold.
it.
Okay.
Yes. You
Hello, boss.
you can allow it.
How are you?
You can allow it for 3 minutes to allow the water to
drain.
drain.
Okay. So the ones he's doing here are fresh from the oven.
Yes.
But the water has gone off.
Yeah.
Them. Okay. So what goes into the threading process too?
The threading process. That's the rope.
And this one, where do you get it from?
This one they used to thread the clothes.
Okay.
For ATL.
Okay.
You get it for ATL.
Yeah.
Then you thread it.
Yeah, what are you using to thread it?
Copper.
Okay. Okay.
The stick we use is the one who create the hole inside.
Yeah.
The cassava stick.
Yeah.
Have you seen that there is a hole inside?
Okay, but whilst you are threading, let's have a conversation. What kind of beads do people come to buy here, and what do they use it for? Which kind of people do you have coming here to buy your beads?
We have some, they come from who? Away people. They love this one.
Okay.
And this. We call this one Zagba.
Zagba. What does it mean?
I don't know about it.
But which language is it?
Maybe the Away people, their language, Zagba.
So they come here, the Ewe people come here to buy
it.
Aside them, aside the Ewes.
The Fonty. Accounts.
Okay.
We have the market at Kufuda, GhanaWeb.
So you sell in wholesale?
Wholesale.
So what you are doing, for example, is how much?
It's 5 CD.
For the bracelet?
Yes.
So one bracelet like this?
5 CD.
5 CDs. And then this, the necklace is?
It's 10 CD.
10 CDs. So how often are you able to sell the beads you make?
It's amount how you are about to produce, you can sell. If you go to the market, some order you. They can order you to make it. And some also, we go for the market, we display it. If you come there, you select the one you want.
So you take your beads to the market?
To the market.
Which market?
GhanaWeb, we have the park there, a market there. Some at Agomenya, and some at Mokola, Accra. Go there for
so you have people come and buy and send it there.
Send it.
But do you have foreigners
we have
buy?
They all come. They come to the market. We have some out there, Europe, German. They all come there to buy.
To buy the bracelet.
Yes.
Okay. And which bracelet? I mean, which bead is for what?
Some we use it as a naming ceremony. Some for wedding. Some for dressing.
As in traditional wedding?
Yeah, traditional wedding. Okay. We have some, they call it Koli. Koli for naming ceremony. That is like a bluish color, like a sea color, sea blue.
You make that one too here?
That one we have been making it. They use for naming ceremony. And some for wedding process.
But why is a particular bead for the naming ceremony? What is the significance?
The prehistoric men, the old people they use, that they come about, but that one I don't know anything concerning about it.
Okay. But how about the waist beads? We hear that waist beads are supposed to shape women. How true is that?
Oh, it's true. They use for self-identity. As a lady, you have to wear a bead to describe you.
But where did that come from?
And the old people, they came about it to give the shape of a woman. That's why.
So you have people coming to buy waist beads from you too?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Before we wrap up, what goes into your designing? Why do you choose a particular color for a particular bead?
Some use a white color for happiness or joy, like a wedding process. They use butter color. We name it Koli. We have it, the name is Koli.
Okay.
The white color for naming ceremony, or someone who is happy. You can wear something white or butter color.
Okay, and then this one, for instance?
For this one is for decoration
or fashion.
Fashion. Maybe you have a dress which similar to the bead. That is match to the bead. That's what you wear.
So depending on what people want, you use the different colors you have for that. Thank you so much, Abraham, for educating us. I think you're doing a fabulous job. I'm not really a bead person, but I think this is impressive. I think this is really lovely.
Okay.
And thank you so much for making time on People and Places.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. This is still People and Places. The conversation continues, but we want to look at the subject from all angles. And so we are at the heart of Accra, specifically at the Makola market, and we want to speak to some traders who major in bead selling. We want to find out how business goes and which kind of people come to them to patronize beads. We will be starting with Madam Grace Tete. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Let's say.
Mpacha ye.
Infiahi ena waton ahwenieno.
Oh, ya ton more than 20 years.
Didn't now choose to say, Nyama baby or where bit me at on. Didn't now choose to say over ton ahwenieno.
Na ni mi mami ni firstborn. Onu no ton ahwenie. Enti oton ye no onu ye hu say market ni e good. Enti ye nyina yes, so mu say ebeye enti ye busanfo bebre amoto ahwenie
kofo ben sa ene ya amoto ahwenie no
oh ahwenie de onu pa bebre to obia onu mo eni ne ahwenie eni hu faso nu amoto pa ahwenie de to pa min kan dada o impanyufo che obia ya wu enge obeli makrapo ya wu nre ko ya mu ye che ni eni ne toma enti obia to me say usha wa wu crap wu dampa sokra ye sha wu
beats type bensa na wo ewa han
ya eni na beat ya wa no different ya wa titidie ti say anu ya titidie ni the first na we mu mbae we ni say ya fa ni Krista no first na Krista no mbae no titidie no na ewo ho no obia to me shabi ya ahunipa nkasa ya ahunipa pa
we ni bo edin say new ones no more aba no
say ade ni na we mu bo titidie no bun ni bo anya din but we mu no ayeti say ni the China for die anu ani na ya di free amanom ni na ya di ba Krista no na ewo mu no anu na ni bo ya din na yeto na yedi ahuna kakra bia frem na yedi ye enti we mu no ababa wafo no na premanfo no omo na mo pepa ti say nu 7 cedi no pa kun pa wo cho ahun no se onis ko betimi ade ama no 5 cedi ye ton wa hanu ebi wo 15 obi wo 10 but wo ko shopping mall mo krapa mo ton 20 Ghana obi ai ni prices if ade na efe no obi a nso ni design or the yanti design no na ema prices ni
we mo ye de to ye waist o ni ye de to ye kon mu o ni ye de to ye nsema na
ti say say cry ye 9 there ya ye ni 9 there na obet anklet we nso ye de to nsa we mu ye nsa there but ma sha ni bebre ye de to nsa engagement for wedding for so
they are memory
and omo person omo dress omo use say no omo dress ni fefe white no so ni le obi a waka baby monegbo I'm here na me ka wahale ene ne ken abanya ke ye betimi di bia ahye ni sane aha na ha ye betimi di bi nso ahye ni nantuo wenu omo de hye omo ta de hye efun uto we na we de ahye ni ha na wato we mu bi
Tituano
we mu bi ono so na we de aka ho na wato we nsu we ni su bi enti we mu nyina muto omo dudresi fun obi mu su hye omo pesa omo hye but e dey funfo no nso omo to no ye di siesi omo pa ahune no su bi bi su nie ya fa ni light off no so ye dum kanea na aso enti enu so ye your guest no so omo pepa
na abrofo na ya omo ba habeto
mutopa bafo no mutopa mu ba Ghana de ahune de omo fan de agro omo pa ahune pa.
What can a man who is it that beats no a man can share na a man suit me better?
Where's beats there? Me the minimum say a man or mushe. Yeah, but near modeto or mocomu near my shepa. So I met my your very my dear tro. O very much. O belly man subesha on no so say. Now I shall we know the better inside. Nti obeshe fine when ya ni kente form enti tuma bia o de be shabia na nde no de no ko ani ni sta
we ye be ma dia
na obeli ma dia no mu ye du kakra che oba dia we ni sudodo enti e ba dia na ya ye no nkuma kakra dia mom won so oba dia no ye nkuma but very my dear esun if it's omo de omosun ahune de ma shape ama anointing so very my de ni hu kape na anointing aba ma shape pa
anointing ben
anointing se wa wonimu o de oni da na anointing ba we ende enti eni de da ni hu kanu pe na anointing aba enti
na ni omo se shape ma shape no then na ma shape
so we share the bia we share brazier kwa na brazier no ani de amaki wo nko wenti we no we share the bia ma ni de his no ekomu na awe no agina so
Madam Pache Frozen
your friend grandma Maggie
what on beats no enfia hin
more than 20 years
they nti na o choose say beats na obeton
mama na eton nti okọ na echi na mbeti na ne
types ben na wo ewa hano
me wo ekon die we say friend na adi agba we no ye friend no one symmetry yen kran for ye friend no modwe we no life die we no ye titi die what as we no nai okay ya influence we no better ani amonsi engagements
business na ya cousin
business there in and off we do a ho yi e bi so ha enye na on to meet na fi say oba
nyama na ya okofa fi hi
nyama ne ya jibrey come there fi Concordia amoye wo ekwase nti adwa danu no mo jaba Concordia market wo yes aketu aba
beats ne doso e wa hanum but type ben pa na nkofo etato
amo to shining
So we have someone patronizing grandma's beads. We just want to ask her why she's buying. Pacho, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's say.
Yanko Pandumo na unso e.
Hana wo buy no den na over beto.
Me ba cho me ba beto ahwene.
Ahwene no type mu ben na wo to.
Ade agba.
Wo de koye den ti na wo to.
Me ba cho me mani se Friday Nyankopon ya adoma mo ye culture bi o school mu nti na mo pese o mo siesie o mo ho te se o mo krom traditional way nti no Mentor ahwene ne niam family no.
We have a gentleman interestingly buying one of the beads and we want to engage him a little. Let's say. Your friend saying?
I'm bright watching.
It's bright. Oh, better Dana. And can say ahwene de emadio.
Ahwene de me fe. Wo ba ho ya me fe. Me pese me na me so o sha ya me fe. Ntina me pese me turn na one.
It's all better be a mawere. Type bensa na wo tam.
Me pe type I correct. Color bia different color bia.
We are at the shop of Auntie Harriet. She has a wide variety of beads, local, foreign, and there's a lot here. We want to engage her and find out how business is going and everything she knows about what she sells. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
By God's grace, I'm fine.
How long have you been selling beads?
For the past 30 years, I've been in this business.
30 years, that's a lot of years. Okay, what actually convinced you? I mean, there are a lot of other businesses. Why beads?
I was doing earrings and other things, but when I travel outside, I could see that I have the passion. When I see the beads, it fascinates me so much. So I had a passion of selling it. So I quitted everything and started doing the beads. Mine is passion. It's not about what people are selling. When I see the beads, I'm moved. And then I'm a designer as well. So I could see when I mix them, I can do something out of it. That is why I started styling the beads.
So you do the beads that you sell yourself?
Yes, I do myself.
Right.
Are you the bead somewhere, but the designing I do it.
The threading and
it and the design, yes.
So can you take us through your shop? It's quite a big shop. Which kinds of beads do you have here?
Okay, I have the Krobo beads and I have the Nigerian type of beads. The Krobo bead, that is the Ghanaian one. We have assorted of Ghanaian beads. We have that of the Eves and some from that is the one from the Volta region. And then we have the one from Somenya, the eastern part of Ghana. And then we have some other places. We have the northern type. The northerners have their type of beads. Yes, I'm selling all. And I have the Indian beads as well. Sometimes I travel from Mali. I was traveling to India. So I have the Indian beads as well. And then we have the Korean type. So many.
On a typical day, how is business like for you at your shop?
Previously, because you can't get the Ghanaian beads outside, ours were so beautiful and it was cheap. So when people come to Ghana from the diaspora, some from the UK, others from America and other places, they choose buying some beads for friends. But this time, because of the COVID, the business has changed entirely. It is not like that so. But the only consolation we have is that now we Ghanaians have moved into the local beads during our ceremonies, that is our weddings and engagements. We've shifted it to the traditional sector, and that is what is balancing a little bit.
That's helping. You mentioned foreigners who come here to buy for their friends. When people come to the shop, how do they describe what they want and what kind of beads?
They see the beads, they like it. Our kente goes with the beads. So they choose to buy some of the kentes and then the local design beads. And somehow it depends on how you design it too. If you are artistic, you can combine the colors and it will be more of attractive. So they choose to buy the beads and then it's not expensive too.
When people come here, they tell you, maybe I want beads for my neck and my hands, or I want waist beads.
Just want, what do I say? So some souvenirs for friends to show that I've been in Africa.
So you recommend?
Sometimes I recommend. Sometimes they know what they are about. About 5 years coming down the line, these hand beads for men and women have been more of what people like. So just buying one bead for the hand, I think will not cost too much and will not give you any traveling, what do I say, weight or something when it comes to flying. So they choose to buy the beads because it's handy. So,
do you by chance know the significance of some of the different types of beads you have here? Waist beads, it's for a different purpose.
You see, from this side to this side is the waist beads. And these waist beads, you know, for those days, past days gone, our mothers used to use it as like a type of scale that they can determine whether you are increasing weight or you are below weight or something. So it has been the system, but because of the colorful touch that are coming, people are patronizing more. And this now they are even taking it outside. Yes, they sometimes wear it even on the dresses. It's not under, yes. After they finish wearing their dress, they put it on to showcase some sort of something like belt or something. When the man sees it, it attracts them, you know. So it makes a woman, it differentiates between a man and a woman when they are in bed. It shows who is the woman and then shows who is the man, because normally it's being worn by women.
But do you have men coming here to buy beads?
A lot of them. The hand one, for instance, that is what I told her since about 5 years ago. It has been a system for men putting on beads. Almost every young man, you see, will put some beads with some brass inside. So it is the fashion of the day. That is what I can say.
How would you sell beads out to people out there? As someone who sells beads, what would you say to get people to patronize more?
I can see ever since they started wearing the beads for engagements and weddings, it's colorful. It makes the whole thing nice. Previously, it were only these queen mothers who used to use it. But now, because of the change, now everybody is a queen mother. You can dress it anyhow and it's very nice. When people from outside sees it, they like it. It's attractive. It's nice. It portrays our culture. Exactly. Portrays our culture.
Just before I end with you, you mentioned that you design the beads. Can you just take us through a typical? I see my sister here.
My daughter threading it. Beading. It's all about, if you are artistic, immediately you pick it. And then you see the type of kente that the person is using. You can easily design something. And then I have the brass. These are all locally made and plated with gold.
So you buy the gold ornaments separately?
Yes, I buy the ornaments separate. I do the plating. I don't do it. I give it to those who plate it. And then they will plate it and bring it. And because I bead, I need them to design it to make it more of African.
Learning new things and discovering new facts. That's what we do on the People and Places show. We wrap up this edition of the show and we've been looking at beads and everything that goes into its making. We first spoke to Abraham Tete, who took us through the beads making process. And then we got into the heart of Accra at the Makola market to speak to some traders and some buyers. We even got to speak to a designer who told us what goes into the designing of some specific beads. Thank you for watching the show. Make sure you get something Ghanaian because it's Ghana month. Let's make Ghana proud. My name is Wanda Mihigan and this is People and Places.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have it perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost, no life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yaosiki. Do the right thing, save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire.
Powers and principalities.
Inside me. There's
Tragedy
so much
struck when part
fire.
of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting. We table the arts and entertainment discussion without.
I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today's exclusive packet contains a roundup of business headlines as well as an interesting conversation with a tech entrepreneur who's simplifying business registration processes in the country. You have this and many other stories coming up shortly. My name is Desmond Frimpong. As you know, business registration processes can be somewhat a cumbersome process in the country. But here's the catch. A group of entrepreneurs have come up together to come up with an app called Biz Access, which is simplifying the cumbersome process. My colleague Maoli Ahlomega sat with the general manager of this tech company and has come through with this report.
Registering your business in Ghana is a rather tedious process, but an indigenous company is bringing about a solution through an app that assists individuals and companies to register their business and receive their certification in 10 days. And all this is in line with the Registrar General's Department. I'll be speaking to the General Manager of Biz Access, the indigenous-owned Ghanaian company. Join us for this conversation. Welcome back to BizTech. I'll be speaking to Samuel, and he's the General Manager of Biz Access. Hello, Samuel. Welcome to BizTech.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me.
I know you are into an app, which is Biz Access. What exactly is Biz Access?
Yeah, so Biz Access in itself is an app, but it was developed by the Biz Access Consult Limited, which is a secretariatship and a consultancy firm. Yeah.
So what went into this whole inception of once you guys coming up with such an app? Because I know your app is supposed to serve as sort of a middleman to the Registrar General for businesses to be able to file their application to register their businesses. So just take us through briefly how the whole point of you guys coming up with this app.
Yeah, so we realized that their business registered or their company registered, the hassle they have to go through at the Registrar General's Department, the long queues they have to join, and sometimes the number of days or sometimes months that their business registration delays. So we came up with the idea of why don't we design an app so that the person will sit at the comfort of their homes. They will just go to the app, they will put whatever information they need there, and you'll get their registration certificate ready for them within 10 working days. So that was the original idea that we used to develop the app.
So you mentioned something very profound about 10 days. Does this app come in to reduce the number of days that people will have to wait until they receive their certificate?
Yeah, when you walk to the Registrar General's Department, they are doing a very good job there. But because the workload is too much, sometimes if you go there, you might not get your certificate the same day. Getting someone to actually, a data entry personnel to enter the information in the system for you, you have to wait to go and make payment for it to be approved before you go back for your certificate. Ours is a little bit different in the sense that you just put your application there in the app for us. You process everything. You don't need to worry about the payment, the approval process. We will take you through the whole process. We will do everything for you. Then within 10 working days, we'll bring you your certificate.
Let's take us through the entire team that worked on this app.
Yeah, so actually we are about 6 people who worked on this project. And actually, as I already told you, the original idea of Biz Access Consult Limited is a secretariatship firm and a consultancy firm. Yeah. So part of our activity as a consultancy firm is to help our clients meet their business regulatory compliance very easily. That is why we came up with this idea. And so when the idea came that we could get an app that could help people get their business registered, all the services that they need to get at the RGD could be done, we quickly asked around people who were actually working at the Registrar General Department. We met some people, interviewed them to get a brief overview of the whole process. What happens there when I bring an application? Where does it go? They give us all these education, and then we got a developer, a very good developer, who is a Ghanaian but is not here in Ghana. So he did much of the work. So what we did, those of us who were not developers, what we did was to make sure we get the necessary information for him, what the process an application has to go through. And before that, as I said, we had a one-on-one sort of discussion with people who were working at the RGD to get us, a good overview of what goes on there. And that actually went into the app development.
So basically, you conducted a survey, and that informed your decision to build the app. What were some of those findings that you found, you got from the survey?
Yeah, so we realized that someone is having a business, but the person doesn't know that that business has to be registered with the Registrar General's Department. So you realize that a lot of people were out there, they have no education, why they need to register their business. So we took it upon ourselves. If you have the app at the comfort of your home, you will be sensitized why you need to get your registration done. So we use the app as a means of educating people and also as a means of letting them get their business registered conveniently without having to walk to the RGD, and yeah, for comfortability's sake.
In terms of numbers, how has the app been able to help people register their business successfully and get their certification?
Yeah, so, we as a secretariatship and a consultancy firm, we do not actually charge exactly as the amount of money the RGD charges. We have our own service charge we add to it. And people know that because in the app, it gives you a breakdown of what we charge and what RGD is also taking for using our services. But people are happy to use that service, because if they are paying something and they will relax and the application will be worked on and brought to them, they have no problem. And so currently we have getting to 2,000 people who have downloaded the app, installed it, and actually used the app to get their business registration done. Yeah, so yeah, around 2,000 people currently.
The application was successful.
Yeah, everything was successful. Everything was successful.
What are some of the investments that you guys have made to ensure that this app is safe, is secure, everybody can use this?
So we have, I think, something in Ghana here, they call it data compliance policy or something. They have an office in Accra. We went there to register with them. We made payment. I think we paid 1,200 cedis to register with them, that all the people who subscribe to our platform, their data, their information, everything is safe with us. So for that side, we know we are covered.
So what about updates? I know with mobile applications, you always have to do quality control, updates, and all of that. How are you guys able to work on that?
Yeah, so if we want to do an update, we get the what actually we want to do, the specific thing we want to update. We let the developer be aware of it, And wherever he is, he can just go to our back end, do the update, and everything is very smooth.
In terms of user friendly and the app, how easy is it for people to go get this app and then use it?
The app is very, very user friendly. Actually, we are also always looking at how to improve it. Yeah. Currently, you just go into the app, whatever thing you want to do, whether new registration, amendment, renewal, you just tap on it, you just follow the process. And we've made it into an online sort of thing. You just have to fill the forms online. You don't need to print it, fill the form, then scan it. No, everything is done online. For new registration, for anything, you can just do it online without leaving the phone. You input your information, you sign your signature, everything there on the phone. So it's very user friendly.
Yeah, so some of the most important part of everything is money. How much will it cost for one to be able to use this application in order for them to register their business?
Yeah, so the pricing for every registration, whether it is renewal, amendment, new registration, for sole proprietorship, limited liability, whatever pricing is in the app. So when one downloads the app, they can see the pricing there.
But in terms of feedback from the public, you said you've had over some 2,000 people use the app effectively. What's the feedback that you've received from the general public that have used the app?
Yeah, I would say, honestly speaking, I would say about 90%, they are very happy with what we are doing. The other 10%, I would say, people are not, sometimes they might not know how to use the app very well. They need some sort of education. People are happy using our service because they don't have to move an inch from their house. Everything could be done from the comfort of their homes, right on their phones. Yeah.
So the RDG, I don't know if you've seen this report, but the RDG is looking to take off some names, some businesses across the country. Your app that you have, obviously some people have registered their business. Are some people going to be in any way be affected by this move?
Yeah, people who are actually our clients, people who are working with us, they don't have problem. Because periodically we will remind you if maybe you have a business that has to be renewed, we will let you be aware. And to the general public, if anyone is having a business that has to be renewed, per the message the RGD sent across, they said if you don't renew it, they will take you out from the system. And so it is an opportunity for people, wherever you are, to use the Business Access app to get your business renewed.
Have you had any government institution or have you had any other app designers say that, okay, hey, we like your app, can we partner with you?
We've actually not had any institution who is partnering with us for now, but some banks have come forward to work with us to get business registration done for their clients.
Someone to wrap up, you've had 2,000 people, like you said, use the application. What's your intended target for the next year or so to come?
Yeah, I would say unlimited. Anyone who is using, anyone who is doing a business registration or having a company, anyone who wants to register their company, do renewal, amendment, whatever, anybody, that is our target. So we want to get everybody on board so that their businesses, their companies can meet their business regulatory compliance.
What's your final message to everyone out there on your Biz app?
I would say, humans, we were created to have some sort of a level of stress. But when it exceeds that level, it affects the way you act, the way you speak, the way you even think. So to avoid stress, to avoid the hassle that you have to go through at the Registrar General's Department to get your business registration done, your renewal, your amendment, simply you just get a Business Access app. You take care of everything. You don't need to worry too much about the business registration or your company registration. Everything could be done. So we wish everybody who wishes to get their business or company registered, amended, any service at the RGD, they use the app for it.
So I've been speaking to Samuel Ampedu, and he's the general manager of Biz Access, a company that develops an app that helps and assists individuals to register their businesses with the Registrar General in a much safe and timely manner. We'll be going for a short break. This is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go anywhere.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from that break. Now we've been talking about the BizAccess app. Now it's actually time to see how the app works. And Samuel will be taking us through that process. Samuel, take it away.
Yeah, so there are basically 3 different ways you can use our services with the app. You can go to bizaccess.co or bizaccess.co. When you go there, you have an option to download the app on your Android phone, or you use the web. When you click on use web, it opens as if you are using the app itself. Yeah, and from there, if it is new registration you want to do, you click on new registration, you select your registration type, you input your Momo number, the number you want to use to make payment. You input it, then you click pay. Then after clicking payment, you have access to the forms to fill. Then you take it up from there. That is when you use the website, or when you get the app from the website. The third option is to use the short code *920 *122 hash. Yeah, so *920 *122 hash. That also gives you the options that you see in the app itself. It is new registration. You select one, then you follow the prompts. And when with this side, you have access to the forms. You fill the forms, then you send it right there on your phone. Then you get the forms, then you take it up from there. You make payment, then you take it up from there.
That's simple.
That's very simple.
Receiving the actual forms in itself, this is more of an online, but you're definitely going to have to sign and all of that, right? So from that process, where next would you go to?
Yeah, so when the person is done filling the forms, inputting their details, everything, you can sign there online. We have something designed very nicely. You can input your signature with your hand, you sign there. We will get the forms, we will work on it. Within 10 working days, you get your registration certificate. If it is new registration you were doing, yeah, if it is amendment, you get your amendment document, everything, it will be ready within 10 working days, yeah.
And this will be delivered to you?
Yeah, it will be delivered. Actually, in the app, there is a portion for delivery, and it is compulsory. Yeah, you pay delivery wherever you are in the country to be delivered to you.
And so that has been Samuel Ampedu, the General Manager of BizAccess, a company that's developing a mobile app that will assist individuals to register their businesses right at the click of a button, which is also inclined with the Registrar General's Department. My name is Mauli Aholemega, and this has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Well, that was an interesting conversation with my colleague Mauli Aholomega and the General Manager of BizAccess Consult. We're moving from this tech conversation to another tech conversation with our friend Jefferson, who is standing by with some pretty internet tools that can be very useful to us in this tech world.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This week on Tech Bits, we're going to complete our final puzzle of desktop remote work. The previous episodes we spoke about TeamViewer, a great tool to actually log into a remote desktop and help your other counterpart out. It can even be used for presentation. The other week we also spoke about Log Me In, another great alternative. This week we're going to complete that final puzzle called Join Me. Join Me is just like the previous ones, where it helps users just like you and I log into a remote desktop in order to provide support, be it for a presentation and many more. So let's get to it. So the product is actually called Join.me. Now Join.me is, if you remember this from our last episode, GoToMeeting. I think I mentioned about GoToMeeting. Now Join.me, it's a product of Log Me In. Last time we spoke about Log Me In, and I mentioned that there was a series of products that Log Me In has. And one of these products is GoToMeeting and Join.me. So we'll actually go to Join.me now, and it spells join, then .me as the domain prefix. Now, what that does is that it helps you create meetings, host meetings, and create presentations. It also can be used to actually get remote support. So it has all the little tools that you need in order to do remote support and remote work and presentations. I highly recommend everyone to have a look at it and check it out. So that's it for this week on our series of remote desktop working tools. I hope you found it valuable and very informative. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Now the business headlines of the week. We start with a story with the IEA, who has described government's projected 5% growth for the economy in the year 2021 as insignificant. Addressing the press on Tuesday, the research director at IEA, Dr. John Kwachi, said there's a need for government to come up with innovative policies that will quicken economic growth. He also added that government needs to leverage on its untapped resources for a better life for Ghanaians.
If our GDP is to grow at an average of 5%, if you take out our population growth rate, which is just about 2%, okay, then you get what our per capita GDP, the rate at which it will be growing, okay, and you get 3%. In other words, 5 for the GDP growth minus 2% for the population growth. So you get 3% GDP per capita growth per year. That's what we are aiming at. Now, I've done the mathematics, which says if we are growing at 5%, 5 minus 2, so 3%, when are we going to be able to even double our per capita GDP, which is about $2,000 currently? And my math tells me that it will take us 23 years to double our per capita income from its current level of $2,000 to $4,000.
Now we're going straight to Kumasi because traders at the KJTR market, new markets, are threatening to shut down over what they call high electricity cost. The traders at a news conference said the cost of electricity at the new facility is extremely high, which is even swallowing up their revenue, their capital, and what have you. Nana Prempe, who happens to be the leader of the traders, addressing a news conference, said that the big market of about 7,240 stores use just one electricity meter. According to him, the situation has undoubtedly led to high tariffs in the market. He said leaders of the traders have managed to acquire some meters from the Electricity Company of Ghana to fix in each of the shops. However, authorities of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, KMA, have not given them approval despite many meetings with them. The issue, he claims, has infuriated his people since they can no longer afford to pay high electricity charges. For these reasons, they are going to close down their shops in the next 2 weeks to stage a massive demonstration over the high utility charges. Now let's go to the Bank of Ghana, because the Bank of Ghana has decided to keep its policy rate unchanged for the 6th consecutive time. It's still resting at 14.5%. The decision by the central bank follows a second meeting held between March 17 to March 19, 2021 to review the economic developments of the country. Explaining the rationale behind the policy rate decision, BOG Governor Dr. Ernest Addison explained that the 2021 budget has set fiscal policy on an adjustment path, albeit slower than originally anticipated. The adjustment for 2021 is expected to be driven mainly by revenue-enhancing measures and, to lesser extent, expenditure rationalization due to the need to continue the stimulus programs. The committee assessed achieving the enhanced revenue targets and the heavy reliance on domestic markets as the main risk to the budget. That's what the governor of the Bank of Ghana said. Well, going back to what happened in Parliament yesterday, as the Finance Minister designate met the Appointment Committee in Parliament yesterday, he's been making some interesting remarks, especially in the field of oil. And he says the government of Ghana is working with the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, PIAC, over reports of cases of unaccounted for oil revenue as captured in PIAC's latest report. He said this during his meeting, his vetting by the Appointments Committee of the Parliament on Thursday, March 25th March 2021. Last year, PIAC disclosed that an amount of 1.5 billion cedis petroleum revenue could not be accounted for by the Finance Ministry for the period between 2017.
We have had a series of meetings of PIAC to try and reconcile these numbers and their use. I can assure the House that this is not tantamount to any type of corruption from the ministry or the government in any way. We should be clear on that. With regard to, therefore, their number of 2.4 billion, in which they insist on, you can see that President was at the ceremony yesterday, and that is an indication of our commitment to work with them to clear that. Mr. Chairman, let me assure you that all of these issues would be resolved, and we can have a happy medium with PIAC going forward. We do not, I mean, there may be honest mistakes made, but there's no profligacy on our part or a sense of arrogance as to the use of public money.
Well, he couldn't go for this vetting without being asked about the data bank Ijapadio controversy. But Ken Oforiatta also downplayed the conflict of interest allegation which was leveled against him following the involvement of data bank in the suspended Ijapa deal. According to him, when the deal was being put out, he did not have anything to do with data bank. Explaining to the Appointment Committee of Parliament yesterday, he called out the former Special Prosecutor Martin Amidu for failing to give him a room to answer allegations that were leveled against him?
I think we should be having, truly a broader discussion about Ghanaian enterprise, and therefore how independent and experienced entrepreneurs can join government at any point in time. After 30 years with 500,000 accounts of Ghanaians, 1 billion cedis under management, offices around the country, having participated in every Eurobond transaction since we started in 2007, are we truly saying that in the event of anybody becoming an attorney general, you can use your law offices? In the event of being a finance minister? I think those are fundamental questions. And therefore, if the rules are clear on what you are talking about, I don't think we should encourage such cynicism because it just goes to poison the environment and we may lose good. I don't think there was any conflict of interest straight away because I was not part of the decision. I think the first-class nature of the institution speaks to itself.
This is where we end Best Headlines on Best Tech for today's edition of Best Tech. This is how we draw the curtain for the entire edition of today's version of Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. You can log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news. Also, don't forget to get interactive with us on social media on Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter. It's at the GhanaWeb. We are live and colored on YouTube as well, and the channel is GhanaWeb TV. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Do have a lovely weekend.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
Mr. Finance Minister Designate, you were in the same portfolio for 4 years, and the cry of all Ghanaians, whether you sat in a trotro or a VIP bus or a 207 from Salaga to Tamale, the complaint was the same: no money, no money, no money. This is God speaking. He says money answers everything. What will you do differently to put money in our pockets so that when we sit on the bus from Makango to Salaga, the talk will be different, and praise how Ghana is good for everybody. Thank you very much.
indeed. I think you should show your neighbor Ecclesiastic 9:9, which she asked about yesterday for the white. So, money. You know that I think the issue of the love of money is also somewhere else. Because it is an advisor, and when you look at the issue of, let's say, men's gold, which promises, extraordinary things, instinctually, you as a Muslim or Christian know that it can't be right. Okay, but you go there. But more importantly, I think we as a country should acknowledge that the president was swept into office in 2016 in an extraordinary way. The numbers just don't compute. That maybe because he was so popular, because he hadn't ruled before, but that obviously the people of Ghana were responding to something beyond what we can understand, because it was extraordinary. We had also derailed from the ECF, so things were difficult. And if you look in the same Bible, you can see the difficulties that the Israelis were having in Egypt, but with a little bit of sweat in the desert, they were ready to go back to Egypt. So it's natural for us to sometimes respond to that. But you can also admit that there's a sense of strength and dignity these 4 years that we haven't had in a while. You can also admit that our macro numbers are much stronger than they used to be. So the issue then of patience, which is in the Bible, and a sense of direction that we are going to, and whether we can have faith in what we are doing. But truly, our response as a country in 2020 to the COVID is also manifest to the mandate of a government and to protect its people. Now, can you, at any point, if you are clear on the vision as leadership, you make some hard decisions, which sometimes are difficult in the interim, but really, with hope, we should be able to get there because we have a solid plan and a vision ahead. So yes, that therefore does not leave one sleeping on the job, knowing that there are transition periods that are difficult and that we are committed to getting over it. So the battle cry for this budget is one year here. All of us are going forward together. All of us are going to burden share, and all of us are going to share in the profitability. But leadership always has difficulties. And as I mentioned, one of the most famous finance ministers told me, if you are loved as a finance minister, it's a problem. Leadership is going to always have that hit. Mr. Chairman, I acknowledge that, and Jesus himself said, the poor shall always be with you, which means that we have to continue to fight to alleviate that, even as we create health. And my commitment to you is that we shall continue, their God-given rights. But it does take some walking to be able to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, leadership.
Chairman, the whip and the deputy leader will take it, but mine is just yesterday, as we scrutinize the Minister for Finance designate, there are two important issues that we requested for better particulars, and he pledged that he would make that information available to us. One, the issue of the reconciliation of the handling of the petroleum accounts and the PIAC report, whether 600 million or 700 million for 2018 or 2019 respectively. There's some 2.4 billion that as a country we need to understand the whereabouts of it. That will require some reconciliation between his ministry and PIAC. We definitely will demand some answers from him how he intends to walk the country through this in the interest of transparency and accountability. The second, Chairman, is in respect of the Mackenzie transactions, their relationship with the Ministry of Finance and GRA. He pledged to make some documents available to us. Chairman, would appreciate it. But just to ask Minister, have you filed your tax returns, both as a person and in respect of your corporate entities as required by law, and as you yourself have extended it even for COVID purposes? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Yes, I believe I have filed my tax returns. With regards to sort of corporates into corporates such as Databank and so, I'm a shareholder and not, a director responsible for what they do. So I don't have answers for you on those corporates. I did mention, I think we have already spoken to the new PIAC chair, that we will be seeing him after the Easter break. So that contact was made even yesterday. The issue of Mackenzie and Co. We are assessing the numbers, and we will get that to you in due course.
All right, Chairman, my second will be Minister for Finance, not loved by many. In Ghana today, many people are unhappy with you about banking sector cleanup, which has had to cost the state some 21 billion Ghana cedis or more. The receiver of the collapsed savings and loans and other financial institutions are yet to pay depositors, and they are claiming that government have not made enough available to them to pay depositors. Depositors' primary concern is, when do we get our money? That has contributed to some hardships, that has contributed to some loss of jobs, but my particular interest is, will government make money available to the receiver of those collapsed savings and loans bank to deal with the cry of depositors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we continue to fulfill that obligation with regards to payments for that. I mean, we certainly made available to the receivers and participant Bank of Ghana the money required for the banking system. That we are confident that we have fulfilled that obligation. Then we moved on to the asset management companies, in which so far we have given the resources that SEC has requested of us to them. My expectation is that that's going to be about 8.5 billion or so
powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
But I would say
The Financial Intelligence Center transfer of money with those individuals, and you just can't explain some of those words. Will you subscribe to us criminalizing unexplained wealth, sitting where you are? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That is, sort of a monumental decision that the nation has to make on that. What is going to be a fact, Mr. Chairman, is that with the advent of the type of digitalization that we want, we're going to be able to aggregate big data going forward. And so in that event, I think it is a national conversation in which Parliament may have to then decide on whether, the past is the past and going forward is what we deal with. And that would really signal the type of nature of our people, the forbearance that we want. But I am confident that once we complete the digitalization that Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization is looking for, we are going to have a capacity to understand what you own going forward. And maybe Parliament will decide on the cut-off date from when such commitments will have to be made. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to start with Mackenzie, the Mackenzie Group. Chairman, I don't know whether you permit me, now that leader is not here, nobody's here, I will move. Honorable Nominee, in 2017, I asked you about this Mackenzie Group that were then in your office, and you said they were not charging us for anything. They were doing it on gratis. Yesterday, in answer
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And then you also said they have some project with VRA, that's Volta River Authority.
GRA, that's correct.
Come again?
Ghana Revenue Authority.
Oh, sorry, Ghana Revenue, GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority.
That's correct.
Is that the only projects they are currently undertaking, or they are doing some other more businesses?
I would certainly not know. I know they had conversations with Cocoa Board, etc. I don't know whether that went anywhere. With regards to the questions you asked in 2017, that was factual. We are yet to, they were yet then to get into a contractual relationship with GRA, and we are also yet to settle on a contractual relationship with them for the Obatampa project.
Mr. Yesterday when he was answering the question, he said he knew some of the officials in the Mackenzie before he became finance minister. Is that right?
That's correct.
So this their project with the Ghana Revenue Authority. What is it about?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, we all are aware that we would like the authority to be a lot more efficient than it is. We are at, 13, maybe 14% revenue to GDP, and that can be doubled. And they are known to have been effective in supporting that. Mr. Chairman, I guess from my point, I would like to understand whether A, consultants are not able to help entities, or B, there's a feeling of self-dealing. Is that why these questions are being asked? Or D, they are incompetent for that? Because I get nervous when one begins to throw different issues leading to a certain image that you know, will hurt maybe the objectives of that. So I would like some clarity on what this is about.
All right, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately I do the asking, you do the answering. You don't, unfortunately you don't get the opportunity to ask me, I get the opportunity to ask you. But I'm sure as we go along, you'll get to know exactly what I want to get. One of the things I want to find out from you is that the McKinsey consultancy with GRA, how was it procured?
That will be the process that GRA put into place for that to occur.
Was it sole source? Was it publicly advertised? Were they competitive bidding to arrive at McKinsey as the consultancy to deal with GRA with regards to what you wanted to do? There's mobile revenue to boost revenue collection. Was what procedure was used in procuring McKinsey?
I'll have to get advice on that from GRA.
Do you know how much was involved in the consultancy with McKinsey with GRA?
I don't have the rates with me.
You've not heard that it's about $18.5 billion US. You've not heard that? You are the finance minister. GRA was under you. They procure for consultancy worth $18.5 million, and the finance minister is not aware.
I don't know the efficacy of that number, but I can check on that.
Since McKinsey engaged GRA, has the revenue targets set for McKinsey to be able to achieve, was it realized?
I think if you look at the growth of revenue in GRA, there's been improvements in there as to whether they have met sometimes the high expectations that we have exacted on them. No, but I think in 2020 we were quite impressed with what they did given the COVID impact of their performance.
Mr. Chairman, was it as a result of your staff work or measures put in by McKinsey? Are you sure that...
I think, Mr. Chairman, that's always a difficulty in the entry of consultants in everything, where, you know, one could question whether it is the new approach that is doing it, or whether the staff could have done it by themselves. And then you look at historical performance and see whether it was beyond what they typically do to then assess whether the consultancy has been helpful to them.
Chairman, I just want to find out the nominee, the board of GRA. is usually composed by the finance minister, am I right?
Yes, yes, but I usually have discussions with the presidency on some of these important areas.
But basically what it means is that the board cannot be composed without your input.
That's correct.
Who is NS Akore?
NS Akore is a technical advisor at the Ministry of Finance, who I brought in from Databank when I was made finance minister.
So more or less an advisor to the finance minister, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that
he's also on the board of GRA?
You are aware that the law that establishes Ghana Revenue Authority clearly states that the representative of Ministry of Finance will be someone director and above and cannot be below director?
Yes, representative of the Ministry of Finance.
So why will NS Akore, who is not a director or above a director, be used to replace a deputy minister of finance on the GRA board?
Mr. Chairman, that was a philosophical decision with regards to the deputy ministers getting off of the board for both ourselves, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Trade, because we believe it to be more efficient about that. Now, I thank you for that illumination, and therefore it is possible to get a director level to the board as we select, because he could also be any member of society that could be on the board.
So will you take steps to correct this, because the law is very clear? You need to use a director or someone above a director to represent the ministry on GRA board.
Mr. Chairman, we will correct this.
Are you aware that when the board were recomposed, they renegotiated the McKinsey deal with the consultancy firm? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that a lot of negotiations seem to be going on with the McKinsey transaction. I don't know the final result of that.
But what necessitated the renegotiation by the recomposed board? If McKinsey was doing the work as they expected, and then a new recomposition of the board with a new Commissioner General comes and they say, no, we need to review the consultancy agreement. What necessitated that?
Mr. Chairman, that's the beauty of changing leadership, and therefore whether performance is ascribed to certain issues, and they feel that the issues have changed, and therefore it should be better aligned to something. I think that's a call of the leadership to do. But I can't have ascribe any sort of ill motives to that, except to save more money for the entity or make it more efficient in terms of the contract. We ourselves are negotiating various energy contracts, etc., so that we can save money for the Republic.
Well, I'm happy you were talking about saving money, but how different was the original to the amended one? When the original was 18.5 million US dollars, the revised one says it's reduced to $15 million, but with administrative expenses cost of 3.5 million US dollars. I mean, when you add it, it was still the 18.5. How different was the original with the revised one?
Mr. Chairman, you are mentioning a lot of numbers here in which I had earlier indicated that I'll make myself familiar with it. So I'll do that.
Mr. Chairman, Minister, this was done at a time when the revenue, they were having revenue shortages. GRA was having revenue shortages.
Mr. Chairman, GRA's revenue shortages are not an issue of today. It's, yeah. So I need to get into the details of the negotiation.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the Minister whether, considering the amount paid out to this consultancy firm, vis-a-vis what they could help GRA raise, does not defeat the basic canon of taxation of economy, that the cost of collection should not exceed the amount raised. How do you intend to ensure that these overpayments are recovered and such engagements in the future do not happen? Because if you look at the amount of money that we are, even though you say you are not very comfortable with the figure, about $18.5 million, if you look at what came up since their engagement, it's far less than this. So it's making it look as though their engagement has not really brought more than what they are being paid for. Will you consider going into this, and possibly if there's some overpayment, you get them retrieved?
Mr. Chairman, the canon of protecting the public purse is really the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. As I mentioned, I will look at this and therefore take appropriate measures as required.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the Minister, as ISEP reported that clearly Ghana is losing over $2.5 billion US every year from the mining sector as a result of illicit financial flow. I mean, the whole of this week, a number of radio stations were discussing this. What measures is he going to put in place, if given the nod, to help deal with this illicit financial flow?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think the issue of illicit financial flows is maybe 50, 70 billion for Africa, and therefore, in our view, might be easily 4 or 5 billion in all sorts of ways for Ghana, that we need to put things into place to do that. So first you have the small sort of gold mining area in which we need to tighten exactly how the gold is procured and how it is taken out. So if you look at example of cocoa board's structure, should we be looking at something similar to the small-scale gold industry, so that we fund our capacity to be able to buy all the gold and therefore be responsible for export, to cut out that, because it is alleged that the amount of gold that, let's say, Dubai or India will record from Ghana is very different from our exports. So maybe the Cocoa Marketing Board model may be an interesting one to pursue, to cut out that. Then on the bigger gold mining companies, basically ensuring that the assaying, etc., is witnessed, and we know exactly the purity that is taken. If you look at, let's say, the manganese industry, where currently they tell us the purity, they tell us the price that they earn, and then they also tell us the weight that goes on. And those are all not verifiable. and therefore we need to put in place structures to be able to determine that. I think those kind of interventions, when put into place, will make us realize the values that we deserve for that. These have gone on for numbers of years. We've experimented with all sorts of undercover agents, etc. And I think we should be ready to come up with new policies for these areas.
Mr. Chairman, until very recently, any security officer who serves until the age of 45 can voluntarily retire from service and then take gratuity with monthly pension. Since 2017, these officers who retire voluntarily after or around the age of 45 are not given the monthly pension. Minister, why?
Mr. Chairman, I need to look into that. I mean, to be able to, I'll work with the Minister of Employment and Labor to understand this anomaly.
Because they are accusing that all the paperwork is done, and it's the Minister of Finance who, since 2017, has refused to pay. So this will be very interesting if you get us back some information as to what exactly the reasons may be, and if there's no any good reason. I believe that our men and women in the security services should be able to feel comfortable with at least what they know exists before they enter into the services. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the Minister nominee about the procurement of the 4 helicopters. Yesterday, in answering to a question, he was not very sure whether it's been procured. But I want to find out from whether he's aware of this company, Paramount Group of Company, a South African company. Are you familiar with that company?
Very much so, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any relationship with that company or any person within the company?
No, Mr. Chairman.
In 2018, we took steps to procure these 4 helicopters, and you were able to pay them for the procurement of these 4 helicopters. Am I right?
Mr. Chairman, I think it wasn't only 4 helicopters. There was issues of arms, equipment, etc. And I believe including those. And I know we have, I don't know the numbers, but I know we still have about $12 million to be able to pay them to complete that package that the Ministry of Interior approved for them. So it sounds to me like they have delivered quite a bit of the armament and other things. Maybe it's a delivery of the helicopters, and that may be in abeyance.
Chairman, why did we choose to do pre-financing with this Paramount Group of companies?
Mr. Chairman, the issue of financing of procurement issues, sometimes depending on the urgency with which the various ministries require, leads to certain modifications for that to occur. I think Paramount was already doing business in the country actually before the emergence of our government, and so they must have had prior experience in terms of how they deliver, etc., etc. So it isn't, i.e., a new company on the books of the various ministries, either defense or interior. So they must have some track record.
Chairman, the minister knows that our gift mix system does not allow for pre-financing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's true. Mr. Chairman.
So how are we able to make this payment to them when the system that you have put in place or the Minister of Finance have put in place is to ensure that people deliver before they get payment? So how are we able to pay them on a pre-finance basis?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as you realize, we have not paid them fully. We still have 12 million or so odd dollars to go, with much less of equipment to deliver. But there do come, Mr. Chairman, extraordinary situations of especially security, in which therefore negotiations between the various ministry finance come to bear for us to make decisions as to how to unlock something that is difficult for a country. So that really would have been the reason for that. But as I mentioned, this is a company that apparently had been working with government already before we came, and I presume must have had some good track record for Minister to advocate for us to accelerate the acquisition of what he thought was needed earnestly.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the Minister, did they provide any guarantee for those payments that were made?
I don't recall. I can look at those papers.
So can you check that?
Yes, I can check on the papers. But I think also the assurance that in actuality delivery has occurred is important.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the Minister, when do we expect them to provide, especially the helicopters, since you said there were so many other accoutrements that they need, we were buying from them. When should we expect the helicopters to be delivered?
Mr. Chairman, I would get into this with the Minister of Interior, and I pray that after Easter we should be able to supply you with that information.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the Minister, I mean, with regards to Ejapa and then the Special Prosecutor, whether he really visited the Special Prosecutor at his home during the crisis or during the investigation.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned before, I've known the Special Prosecutor for a while. It wasn't the first time that I was going to his home. Yes, so I did visit him. I had gone to the office on a Friday in which they indicated to me that he was not feeling well and was not at work. So I believe on the Saturday morning, the next day, I did go to visit.
And did you see him?
I did go to visit and I saw him.
And what was the visit intended for? Because you knew he was around the time investigating the issue with regards to the corruption assessment that he was doing, and you were visiting him around that time. What was it intended for?
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't feel that the issues at play stopped me from visiting him. He was not well, and that was important for that to be. I also had supplied Ministry of Finance quite a bit of information to him, and at times he had written that he wasn't getting the information as quickly as he wanted. So there was a need in my mind to also bridge that gap if there was an issue. I think we all know that Mr. Amidou is a very independent person, and so to ascribe being able to influence him by what you say or not, we as a nation know that, and so I wouldn't say that that was an attempt to change his views or anything of that matter.
Mr. Chairman, I just heard the Minister of News say he has provided him with a lot of information from the Ministry of Finance. Is that right?
Yes, which was being basically processed by my deputy minister at that time.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I heard him in an answer yesterday where he said the special prosecutor never gave the opportunity to be heard, and that was against natural justice, is it fair to the special prosecutor saying that you provided him with a lot of information, you visited him in the house, even though he was sick, and you wanted to close the gap between whatever you've given him and maybe the information that he was having and how he was processing it? Would that be fair to say that he hasn't heard your side?
Absolutely. There's a difference between taking technical information and sitting down with me to go through the information and for me to explain things. We also propose that we do a presentation to him, which we were not allowed to.
Chairman, for the avoidance of doubt, I just want to find out, and I hope that you permit me to do this. I just want to find out what is the relationship between you and the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
What is the relationship?
Yeah, the relationship. What is it between you? What is the relationship? I mean, we all hear that's the President's brother. I just want on record.
Oh, you want clarity on that?
Yes.
Okay, I believe that Nanase Oforiatta had some 25 wives or so, and therefore maybe 100 or so children. One of the daughters was the half-sister of my father, and so we are cousins.
So you are cousins. And not the same way, what is the relation between you and Gabi Ochedako?
Cousins, similar.
Similar, it's also your cousin.
Grandfather's daughter is the mother.
And data bank, you said yesterday, if I heard you in the question, you said you've left data bank, right?
That's correct. Left data bank as chairman, as board member. That's correct.
But you are still a co-owner?
I'm still a shareholder, that's correct.
You are still a shareholder in Data Bank.
That's correct.
And yesterday you told us that it's taken over 30 years to get Data Bank where it is.
Well, we did register in 1990.
Which law firm was the legal advisor in the Ejapa transaction?
The law firms, quite a number of them, including White and Case, etc., abroad, so they were directly that in which they then had, I think, Bensiential and Africa Legal Associates as, I don't know whether they're subcontractors, I don't know the terms of it, but certainly it wasn't a direct procurement of any local law firm.
So a number of them, and does that include that of Gabi Ochedako?
Yes, Africa Legal Associates seem to have been procured by White and Case to do a specific assignment on the transaction for them, which I believe they concluded.
And you know that this...
Including also Bensiential and Company, yeah.
And this UK law firm is also related to Gabi Ochedako?
The UK law firm, White and Case, I know gave a transaction to Africa Legal Associates.
How were these law firms procured? Which method did you use in arriving at these law firms?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the process was As far as I know, because I did not participate personally in all of that, the transaction was done appropriately, and I believe the AG, was quite comprehensive in assessing whether the right thing was done or not.
So, I just want to find out if he's saying that the right processes were followed, then that would mean there will be an evaluation report that arrive at this offense, right?
Whatever needs to be done will be done. I mean, I truly do not constrive that anything was done wrongly. I believe things were done appropriately, and therefore maybe an OAG's opinion will be helpful to you.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't doubt that. That's what I'm saying, that obviously as the Minister of Finance who will have engaged all these actors, will definitely will have the evaluation report that tells you the reason for A being involved, B being involved in that, and all that. Is that right?
My expectation, Mr. Chairman, is the resubmission of this transaction to Parliament, which would enable us to go through this in an even more exhaustive way to do that, and whatever report required should be required. I really I'm being very careful about the issue of innovation and ensuring that we don't bastardize something that is good for the Republic. And so the processes, if there are issues, will come back to Parliament, we'll go through that. But I think our eyes should be clearly on the ball of a nation that is diversifying how it gets resources to go forward. We have done things the same way for hundreds of years, the largest gold exporter in Africa, and we seem to be spinning. So yes, I think these are very valid questions. Resubmission to Parliament will be very helpful. I think we can dot our I's and cross our T's and look at what this will yield the Republic in the long run.
Mr. Chairman, there were media reports very recently that Data Bank has pulled out of the Ejapa transaction, I mean, being a shareholder. Is that true?
Yes, I did see a letter, and actually I was quite quizzical, but I mean, I think, with corporates, after a point, these noises do not help, and I believe that they thought if their presence was going to be inimical to the realization of this vision which they believe in, then it's better to step out to avoid that noise. But I think as a nation, we should be clear that if this is the effect is going to have for companies that are competent to take us to the capital markets,
Chairman,
we should clarify.
Chairman, Honorable Nominee, you mean the media controversies? You refer to noises. I'm saying you mean the media controversies.
That's correct.
Correct. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, so Data Bank pulls out because of the media, to quote you, media noise.
I'm sure you have Data Bank's letter, and therefore other reasons ascribed to that are clear. And I think one of those was that they were not going to be standing in the way of a deal which they thought was good for the Republic. And if their exit would enable the transaction to go on, then they'd rather do that.
Mr. Chairman, Data Bank is not involved with government business only in Ejapa transactions. Are you going to say that because of this, Data Bank is going to pull out of all government businesses?
Well, that's an issue, and I think that's an issue that we as a country should face. But this is an innovative transaction. I think the issues of going to Euro the euro market, etc., are things that we do normally, and maybe there's a better understanding of it. But I think the cynicism that came upon this, which really is a game changer for us as a nation, requires a different decision-making process by the board, I presume.
Chairman, since yesterday I've heard the minister repeatedly talk about cynicism and the worry of many who are watching, not calling that some specific wrong has been done, or maybe they do not have the facts to say that some wrong has been done. If you have your cousin, the Constitution vests the natural resources of this country in his hands. You are the finance minister, you are a major shareholder in Data Bank, that is the transaction advisor. Your other cousin is having a law firm that is participating in advising. Some of them are, some other firms are his friends. Obviously, Mr. Minister nominee, I don't think those who are raising those concerns are just not doing that about, they are not being, what do you call it, abusive. They are raising concerns that we'll all be more careful, because you know the path on conflict of interest and doing the right thing is very narrow. Are they not just raising genuine concerns that need to prompt all of us so that we can constantly stay and make sure that we are doing everything right, rather than maybe labeling it as though it is with some ill motives that people raise this concern?
Mr. Chairman, I think that you are right. In a democracy, all that should happen. The issue really then becomes whether we throw so much dust in any transaction that even as it is good for the Republic, these issues override them and we put it aside. And I think those issues should be confronted in a way, maybe have a national dialogue on these things so that we can help move forward. Because the history of people in investment bank or Wall Street becoming treasury secretaries or ministers of finance, even in Ghana, is going to continue. And therefore, how do we address it in a positive way for us not to lose the opportunities of innovation, etc., etc.
Mr. Chairman, as the
Honorable nominee, is there any of these transactions since you started operating in Ghana that Data Bank has not been involved in?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, we have been involved. I remember even in when Kwesi Kutwe was, the government had always talked about privatizing a number of maybe 6 or 8 companies, Unilever, PZ, Enterprise, shares, and it had been an impossible task. And when we launched our company, I think in 1993 or 1994, we were able to put together $25 million, to execute that transaction, which was new. I think it was maybe 80% of the stock market at that time. And then when we started the Euro bond issuances in 2007, we were part of that transaction in Kufuor. But even before that also, there was a crisis of liquidity in Ashanti, in which former President Rawlings and former President Mills invited us and Carl Bank to bring our expertise to bear to resolve that. So we've constantly participated, independent of which government there was to date.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up on what you just said. In all the Eurobonds that he's talking about, especially the one that he's talking about in 2007 and I think 2014, they went through competitive bidding and that's how they got involved. Is he saying that since he assumed
office as Minister of Finance and all the Eurobond that Data Bank had participated, they've been procured through competitive tendering.
I think we have subjected ourselves, as far as I know, to whatever process that has gone on, including these past 3 years.
Just wanted to be sure whether it was through sole sourcing procurement of Data Bank or through public competitive bidding, because there are other advisors that may be interested and they need to allow level playing field so that you all compete, and if for good reason Data Bank emerges the best option we have, obviously I will be the last to say, because maybe the finance minister is related to Data Bank, meanwhile they made the best, let's throw it away. I'm only asking, are you saying for certain that they went through competitive bidding and you procure Data Bank through competitive bidding?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, since 2007, all of it has gone through the ministry's competitive bidding for us to be part of it. I suspect that the issue of the advisory on the Ashanti liquidity crisis was where Professor Mills selected Data Bank and CalBank, given their expertise to support the government. And that, I don't think there was competitive bidding.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday in answering a question about enterprise insurance, maybe let me ask this. Enterprise insurance is related to you, right?
I have a shareholding in that.
And enterprise insurance is the one doing the front line. When COVID came, the front line insurance enterprise is part of the insurance companies participating in it.
That's correct.
Were they procured through competitive tendering?
That was a Ministry of Health transaction. I did not follow the process for that.
But I thought that as Minister of Finance, who ultimately pay, you will be watching to ensure that, especially where the enterprise insurance is related to you, you ensure that they do that through competitive bidding, so that nobody can come and question why they are also participating.
I can check on what occurred.
I just want to find out, any time enterprise insurance company and Data Bank are involved in transactions, do you recuse yourself when the decisions are going to be made?
If I know about it.
Come again?
If I know that they are competing in any way, I certainly would. Certainly anything that has to do at the ministry, I certainly would know, and therefore do not participate in that. And this was the same over Japan.
I don't find out from whether he knows Dachi funds.
What funds?
Dachi.
Dachi funds.
It's a fund management company, Dachi, that manages Get Fund and other agencies, loans and other things that has to do with Get Fund.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I truly have not been following you know, how these procurements are happening, etc., etc. So I would not even know the details.
But you remember the 1.5 billion loan that we procured to assist Get Fund improve the infrastructure?
That's correct. There was.
And you know that the disbursement is not done directly by Get Fund. It has always go through Dachi funds.
Okay, I don't know the details of that.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted the Minister of Finance to take this seriously, because the Dachi fund mediating between the facility, the drawdown, and Get Fund is serving as a bottleneck, because they vet all the contract payment, certificates and other things before payment. When Get Fund came to this house, we knew
that we were procuring this, Minister of Finance, Minister of Education for GET Fund to enable them carry out this activity. Now, that fund comes in between and they have to be paid a fee for just managing something that GET Fund can easily do straight. So I hope, Minister of Finance, you take note so that where necessary, you ensure that these bottlenecks are taken off. To just continue with GET Fund, you know that the capping is affecting GET Fund in a way that drawdown on this 1.5 billion is based on how much money GET Fund itself is able to raise. So the capping has made it impossible, even in almost all these about 3 years, for them to even draw down on 1/3 of the 1.5 billion. And I'm also aware that Cabinet have advised you about this capping. But I still see in this year's budget capping. Minister, why are you still doing the capping?
Mr. Chairman, I think you have mentioned Cabinet advice on that, and we are going to relook at that going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee, in the 2019 mid-year budget to Parliament, you mentioned that PPA has saved this country 2.75 billion from reviewing contracts awarded through sole sourcing and restricted tendering. Is it correct?
Mr. Chairman, as far as sort of the data and report we got from PPA, that was the assessment that was given, in which we then shared it in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, why has Minister of Finance failed to provide this evidence to the anti-corruption civil society organizations when they requested?
In terms of information that is
yes,
in the
budget? Evidence that points to the savings of the 2.75 billion by PPA when they requested from you, the Minister of Finance. To date, Minister of Finance has not provided this evidence of how this 2.75 billion was arrived to them. Why?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't know specifically why that has not occurred, and I can investigate. Given that we've put it in the budget and therefore it's public knowledge, I would expect that we should be given that type of information to
the Minister of Finance. Will you provide that evidence to this committee? Yeah. Will you provide that to this committee?
Mr. Chairman, I'll work on this one also.
Which evidence are you asking from him?
In the budget, mid-year budget of 2019, the minister reported that PPA have saved this country 2.75 billion through reviewing contracts awarded by means of sole sourcing or restricted tendering. And civil society organizations, especially the anti-corruption group, have been very interested. So they requested PPA to give them this evidence, how they arrive at that. And they said that they have furnished all this information to Minister of Finance. So then the civil society organization followed up to the Minister of Finance requesting this information. The Minister of Finance has not been forthcoming with it. And the Minister is saying that since it's appeared in the mid-year budget, it should be there. And I'm saying that once it's there, can he provide it to this committee?
That's where my problem is. This committee, we are finishing with him today. When will it come? So will it provide it to Parliament? Then we know that because we are finishing this process today. If we cannot bring it today, then what happens to our work? So I'd rather the pledge is to promise to the to Parliament.
Chairman,
okay.
Yeah, we are done. We are by the grace of God, we are likely to finish today. But you know that the report, the earliest it could be taken could be Monday. So we have the whole of the weekend. So that's why I was asking the minister that he should provide this to us as a committee.
Honorable Minister, will you be able to bring the report to us today or tomorrow when Parliament sits last?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would inquire and see how quickly we can, but certainly commit to provide it to the House, as soon as we have it.
If you make a commitment that you bring it, then we mark it down as part of our decision processes.
Yeah,
that's why I want to be sure whether you can do that.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee says I will provide it. I don't see why the chairman should be worried about he saying he will provide it. Mr. Chairman, as you may know, if he says he will provide it, and even let's assume in an unlikely event he's not able to do that before Monday, you can still take his word and get it for us after. Okay. Is that okay? Yes. Because, I mean, he's still, if his nomination is approved, there's government assurance, he'll still be doing business in the House, so obviously.
To be to the House. That's why I want the commitment to be to the House, and I will make sure.
I rather prefer that it's to this committee because we demanded it. If it is to the House, he'll be sending it to Speaker, and you may not even know when it has come to the Speaker. But if it is to you, we can get it easily.
Mr. Chairman, before all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I don't need to come in here, but I'm a member of this committee. I need a certain clarification. Is it PPA annual reports? PPA annual reports have already submitted to Parliament.
It is not PPA annual report.
That's why.
But he understands what we are talking about. That's why the question is not to you, Honorable.
That's why all the information. I'm a member of the committee. I need to understand.
Please. Let me regulate this. The understanding is that if he's able to provide it before we close, fine. If not, whenever I get it, I'll make sure it's distributed to members. Please, let's proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the Minister whether he knows this company, KGL Tech Ghana Limited.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I think yesterday it was one of the questions, and I do know the CEO of the company.
Do you have any relationship with it, or any of your family members related to this company?
Not that I know.
Mr. Chairman, is the nominee aware that they are operating the National Lotteries Authority's 590 game online? I know this question was asked yesterday, but I just want, for evidence of that, I just want to be sure whether you are aware.
I am aware that they are working with national lotteries, and they are working on the game that you mentioned.
Yes, I want to find out whether he was aware when they were given license to operate.
Mr. Chairman, there was a meeting in which the issues of is it the 90 game was brought up, and our legal office tried to understand the structure of that transaction, but I really have not followed up since then as to the eventual resolutions that came.
So I wanted to also find out from him whether he's aware that this company was fined 10 million cedis by National Lotteries Authority, and what the penalty was for.
That were fined
10 million cedis as penalty, and what that was.
And the penalty was for what?
Yeah, that's what I want to find out from you.
I will need to verify on that.
Mr. Chairman, is he aware this company has promised National Lotteries Authority 30 million cedis by the close of December 2020?
Promised them?
Promised to make payment.
To make payment?
Yeah, to National Lottery Authority to the tune of 30 million cedis by December 2020. Whether he's aware of this?
by December 2020. You know, I do not know sort of the full details of how they are operating, but it's something that I can verify for you.
Mr. Chairman, whether he's also aware that this KGL has taken over the operations of National Lotteries Authority by raising funds to pay off the indebtedness of National Lotteries Authority. What is aware?
By raising funds to pay. Mr. Chairman, these then get into details that, you know, I can verify. I know we, as an entity, have been quite disturbed with the way national lotteries have been operating these 3 years, and subsequent changes are occurring.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the Minister whether there's any intention from the Minister of Finance to sell National Lotteries Authority to KGL.
No, we have not taken any policy orientation towards selling any entity. We actually, Mr. Chairman, have also looked at the betting business to really see how between the betting and national lotteries we can do a lot better than we are doing. I think they potentially could form the basis for supporting our sports and culture, and we need to completely overhaul the way in which NLL and betting operates. And so we expect to see some major changes so that we can reap through productivity from these two areas.
Yes, I mean, the reason why I'm asking all this is to draw the Minister's attention that the relationship that he has with, or knowing the owners or shareholders of KGL and KGL activities around the National Lotteries Authority is something that he needs to pay attention to.
Yes, sir.
And make sure that they are doing the right thing and not exploiting their relationship with him at the detriment of the National Lottery Authority. So I'll be grateful if he pays attention to that. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the nominee whether the Trade Fair Authority works under him.
Mr. Chairman, Trade Fair Authority, obviously, I think between the ministries of Works and Housing and the Ministry of Trade have been, as I know, to be the anchors. There certainly are transactions that they are showing to us about their development going forward.
Mr. Chairman, what warranted the Minister of Finance appointing a CEO for Trade Fair Authority?
Minister of Finance appointing the CEO for Trade Fair Authority.
Honorable, have you appointed the CEO of?
Mr. Chairman, not that I know, I thought it was the presidency and or the ministries that did that. I don't recall writing any letter or whatever appointing the CEO of that institution.
Mr. Chairman, I hold in my hand a letter signed by Minister of Finance Ken Ofurata, the Company Secretary, Ghana Trade Fair Authority Limited, DSA or Madam, nomination for appointment as Managing Director,
His Excellency the President has nominated Dr. Agnes Edu to act as Managing Director, Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited, pending the appointments of a substantive Managing Director by the Board of Directors. Please give the necessary assistance, counting on your usual cooperation. Do you remember signing this letter?
Not that you, but I'm sure it was subject to the presidency.
Now I'm only asking whether you remember signing this letter.
Yeah, that's, I suspect I signed a lot of letters when the executive secretary lets me know that certain appointments have been made.
So,
I did not make the appointment.
So, Minister, if you say Trade Fair Authority is under Minister of Trade, between Minister of Trade and Works and Housing, and you are appointing a letter nominating for appointment by the Board of Directors, that's exactly what the Ministers of Trade will do. Will you say that you are not the one rather in charge of the Trade Fair Authority? You don't ask me a question. Yes, Mrs. So, Mr. Minister nominee, on Trade Fair, do you play any oversight on their activity, especially
powers and principalities?
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked him was a dumb question. You need to speak the fathom.
We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
In there, that would be helpful. So I think the totality is what we have to look at in terms of the ecosystem that we are putting in place.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Leader.
Honorable nominee, first, I commend you highly for your commitment in serving your country. We know you've been unwell, but you're determined to serve your nation. Clearly, you demonstrated your patriotism, and I wish you well when eventually we approve you. The Latin man would say, you have such an unconquerable spirit, and you've demonstrated that. Now, if you're not, this is not a legal question, but I believe the Attorney General would work with you to deal with this, and I believe your advisors are with you paying attention to this. Article 1815 of the Constitution has found its way to the Supreme Court in Clomega, Balkan, and recently Dr. Mark Esebe Yabua. Yesterday, when we were doing the first hearing, my Professor A. Sankuma was on social media expressing no view that it looks like Parliament is sleeping on this urgent need to pass a legislation to regulate 1815. Equally, I'm sure you are worried about all the interpretations being given on this Ejapa thing. Parliament cannot so moto enact a law to regulate 1815, although we have powers under Private Members Bill to initiate that. But this is something that the executive needs to work. Honorable nominee, will you assure this committee that you will take steps working together with AG to introduce a bill to once and for all clarify matters under 1815, having regard to even the Supreme Court's own difficulty in giving us a clear definition of what international business transaction constitutes?
Yes, I think it will be in the interest of the Republic to do that, and whatever we have to do to encourage the AG and the House to do that, I think to be helpful to that. And so that would be one of the commitments, because and also the issue of the code of conduct, etc. Are things of, especially after this vetting. Thank you.
Thank you for the assurance. We are back of April, May, I think, if the proposals are right. I would be happy to see your bill on our tables or in our pigeonholes. Seriously, because I heard you talk of an era of equity space. Today people are asking transactional advisors, why not Parliament, why not this and all that. So this would help you once and for all.
Thank you.
Having done with this, let me take you back to 2016, State of the Nation address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And at page 40, perhaps let me even start from 39 so that you can follow me correctly. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, there has been a proliferation of microfinance companies. These companies come under direct supervision of Bank of Ghana. Unfortunately, lack of effective supervision has resulted in many cases in which microfinance companies licensed by Bank of Ghana have breached the rules and created supposed pyramid schemes that have eventually come crashing down. He goes on to cite one company. Many depositors have lost their livelihood, while our laws place this matter squarely in Bank of Ghana's ambit. Government has a concern for the poor, unsuspecting Ghanaian clients who deserve to have been protected by a more robust inspection and supervisory regime by the central bank. He goes on. The object of this will be to look at reimbursing legitimate customers the original deposit amount and not the Alice in Wonderland prospect they were expecting. And more profound is this. This initiative should be conceived in the context of a broader solution that will permanently sanitize and restore credibility to the microfinance industry and supervision. Now, would you say that the banking sector cleanup you undertook, and rightly so, as the rots there had already been observed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, was right and on time?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is pretty profound. As I mentioned, the AQRs were done prior to the time we came, and even as the former president articulated the problem so clearly, there was still the issue of will and courage to move forward with that. And that is what President Akufo-Addo came to do with the new management of the Bank of Ghana. So we would really have appreciated sort of the other side of the aisle clearly being on our side in what we did, and also to be clear that these were not, this wasn't a policy that was looking to target individuals. The rot was known. Cleaning the stables had to be done, and we took up the challenge for that.
So simply put, the steps taken were so done in good faith and without any ill motive.
as completely.
others speculated?
Mr. Chairman, completely. And we have seen the results have been good so far.
Very well. Ghanaians are concerned. In this COVID era, government will struggle with revenue mobilization and all that. Do you assure Ghanaians that all the social intervention programs as captured in the 2021 budget will be sustained?
Mr. Chairman, I think President has been clear on lives and livelihoods as a fundamental intervention that we are doing, and those who continue food, school feeding, etc., and even the electricity and water to a certain extent. So yes, the social interventions will continue.
So finally, the cocoa sector, when you are whipped, you have to comply. That's the rule. Finally, cocoa sector, they are reporting low sales. And for farmers, once they have made the beans available, there can be no excuses for whatever happens on the international market. Really, they are also thinking about their livelihood. What plans have you to sustain the cocoa industry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. Chairman, the issue of these 650,000 families is one that we hold sacred, and therefore we would always ensure that their payments are done. As you know, we are even moving further with a certain pension scheme, and that will further support them. So I would not have any hesitation in declaring that at any point in time, farmers who sell their seeds to us will be duly remunerated.
Mr. Finance Minister Designate, in relative terms, would you say that you have imposed more taxes and levies on Ghanaians than the previous regime?
Mr. Chairman, no, I wouldn't say that. I think if we look at the raft of taxes that we abolished, the reduction in electricity at some point, what we did in the COVID period, and still be able to sustain the type of growth that we have and still exit the IMF program, it is quite clear that on a net basis, we have not really hurt the Ghanaian taxpayer, and it's a lot better than if we look at the statistics for 2016, in which productivity was down, and yet certain taxes were raised, which we came to abolish. So no, we have not net increased taxes.
So let me sign out with this. In 2017, you reported that the debt situation as you inherited was around 122 billion. And the records also have it that in 2009, the NDC administration reported having inherited a 9.5 billion debt. Now, percentage-wise, that is 9.5, and the 122 you inherited, that's about 1,200% or more. My math is not too correct. Now, the critics are worried about the 291 billion you are reporting today. Relatively, would you say
that they have justification?
Mr. Chairman, I think I tried to go through this yesterday, indicating the cost of the banking crisis, energy costs, etc., COVID, which all indicated legacy costs, which amounted to some of this, including foreign exchange. But usually you get into a state of bankruptcy with regards to the speed of accumulation. And therefore, when you have 1,000% accumulation, that certainly leaves you into the bosom of the IMF, and therefore the derailment that subsequently you can see that the progression was not like that in our period in terms of the rate of growth. And you can also identify specific items that led to that. But I think we are in a good place to manage the sustainability as we look at a 3-year plan to bring it down into the ECOWAS levels and also make sure that our deficit returns to as we are. So yes, a 1,200% increment is egregious, and it will certainly lead to an unbalancing of the economy. I think ours has been more gradual and also specific on items that were legacy that had to be done, such as President Mahama's recommendation that we need to tackle the banking sector. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, are you suggesting that your 2021 budget has introduced more incentives to support private sector growth than taxes and levies imposed?
Oh, definitely. Certainly, we brought down some income taxes. We have tax deductibility for tourism and other industries, and then guarantee funds for them. So yes, we are doing well on that.
Very well. We've done 2 hours. We will give ourselves 10 minutes break, stretch, and then we'll resume to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we conclude the story of the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography, Samuel Oseyajiman. Last week we understood his story from growing up on the streets of Agona Nkwanta and New Amanfro, and how at a point his big sister, who he hadn't seen for many years, shows up in the nick of time and gives him a great breakthrough into what has become now his life in photography. We hear even more about his story today and about how well he's doing in his craft as a photographer. Let's take you to the story now. Everything was turning out quite well for him until his mother's health started deteriorating in early 2018.
2018 was like very tough year.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think, yes, I have brought some technical advisors to support the work I do. I have also, I think for the first time, created 2 coordinating directors, which has been very helpful given the enormity of work that the Chief Director was under. And there are, I think, therefore, 10 directors in the ministry, of which 1 is a new entrant that I brought into that. So even at a very high level in terms of decision-making process and therefore authority to assign assignments, you can see the coloration of that. With regards to technical advisors who then support, and the entry of Samson Agliko is also very crucial because the Ministry of Finance that did not have an investment expert was really not where we were going. So no apologies on that level. With regards to the other technical advisors who helped me in my office, Mr. Minister, it really does not affect the running of the individual directorates, which are all headed by original civil servants and technical people.
Chairman, I'm not requesting the minister whether he's apologetic about those decisions. In recruiting those persons, was the civil service involved as is required by law?
Mr. Chairman, whatever I did, I really ensured that whatever needed to be done was done, given the discussions with the Chief Director to make sure that we did not break any code. But I think the issue, Mr. Chairman, may be beyond what you have stressed, is whether it's suppressing the work of the ministry and members of the ministry and their ability to rise in their work. And I suspect that with all that has been done over these 3 years, it has been an enhancing factor and very promotional to the type of work that we now have the capacity to do.
My question was specific, just for the record. Was the civil service involved as required by law in those recruitment processes? And maybe additional to it, is it true that some of them are paid more and higher than the traditional appointees of the civil service working with the finance ministry? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I broke any civil service code because I did ensure that the Chief Director, we work together in all of these appointments. Mr. Chairman, we also have situations which have persisted where certain development partners support expertise to be brought to the ministry, and certainly they have certain different remuneration packages which is not really aligned with the civil service. And I think quite a number of development partners have supported some of these people we have brought to the ministry.
Chairman, on pensions, you supervise SNIT. There are reports of some of their investments that are raising questions and probably not yielding best returns that guarantees retirement income security for many of the persons retiring on SNIT, not just on second tier. Do you intend to do something about it? Should you become Minister of Finance? to improve the investment portfolio of SNIT after an evaluation of their current doings relative to investment as required by the NPRA?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that has been a long-running issue, and I'm sure you may be even more familiar with it than I am. With regards to looking at SNIT's administrative cost, versus the funds and returns that they have, and so that is going to have to take a look in as to the portfolio classes that they have, and how to ensure that what you are advocating, becomes the culture at SNIT. It seems to be a more administrative organization than an investment organization, and I think it's incumbent on us to really look at the direction going forward. But I think it's a concern that both the current chairman and the Director General have had, and we need to trigger it and get some timelines on this restructuring to give them more precise.
Chairman, I hold with me here Ministry of Finance handing over notes, volume 4, November 2020. I may not be fair to you if you don't have your copy, but I should think that it comes under your signature and referring to a page on ESLA and ESLA bond, and this is what you have to say in your handing over note. As part of government plans to refinance the legacy debt of the energy sector, an independent special purpose vehicle, ESLA PLC, was incorporated to issue debt securities for the purpose of refinancing the energy sector debt. Subsequent to its incorporation in 2017, the company had issued bonds with a face value of $7,863.75 million. But this is what is of significance to me. You say ESLA bond won an international award. You want to take credit. A few years ago, you said ESLA was nuisance tax. Do you concede today that ESLA, after all, is not a nuisance tax?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think it's, I really appreciate your taking a hand in over notes to look at them. I mean, we have, even gone further, as you see in this year's budget, to do further, sort of Delta Fund for that. So yes, we have found it useful to have had ESLA in place.
Chairman, I needed this because when President Mahama and the NDC introduced ESLA in 2015, and we were walking on the streets at that time with the demonstrations and others, you said nuisance tax, nuisance tax. Today you are issuing bonds in the name of what is nuisance. But that leads me, Chairman, to Amalgamated Trust Bank. What's the status? You came to Parliament for $3 billion, and in particular, the financing of NIB, National Investment Bank. What indications do you have to improve the liquidity and standing of NIB as an important financial institution for the state?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I think maybe this is also my kickback to you. Certainly, GATT was denigrated quite a bit as to the objectives of that. But GATT, as you know, was clearly part of the whole construct of President Akufo-Addo's vision of indigenous Ghanaian ownership. And through that, we've been able to save some 4 or 5 Ghanaian banks to be in the SME space for us. That's good. We did give some resources to ADB to make sure that our GRIC was sustainable, and we are going to look at putting some more money into it through the National New Development Bank that we have. NIB has been a difficult one because of the unwieldy nature of it, etc. But NIB for us would be that industrial bank. We have put some money into that. We need to resolve final execution as to what we do. So you have ADB doing agric, and then you have NIB doing industry, but not as a commercial bank. And so the issue of rationalization, I think, is at the juncture. But I think both the Minister of Finance and the Bank of Ghana are in agreement as to how to keep, as to the new NIB that we want, that by mid-year you have a clarity on how we are going to position that.
Chairman, I want clarity from the Minister. What future can you assure us of NIB? I'm aware that some 500 million arising out of their 25% shares in Nestle was given to them. Subsequent to GAD, some other 800 million was given to them, even without direction or indication what the purpose of the money is. What will be the future of the NIB under you as Minister for Finance? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that is a difficulty. We are very clear on our support for agric, and therefore that is why GAT put some money into agric. We have taken our time to understand NIB, to see the structure we want. We don't want it to be a commercial bank. We expect that it to be an industrial bank, and therefore to be able to look at their representation in the regions as they have to support industry, and therefore we expect, as you see, we've kept it alive, also 1.3 billion cedis over this time, and we need to now assess the final numbers and amounts that we'll put into it for NIB to become the original industrial bank that it was meant to be, not as a retail bank.
Chairman, that's noted. In your handing over notes, part of the reasons that accounted for Ghana being blacklisted by the EU, you make an observation and the challenges, and I quote, Chairman, with your indulgence, Ghana was identified as a jurisdiction with strategic deficiencies in the AML-CFT regime, and therefore Ghana was placed on the Financial Action Task Force, FATF grade list, and the EU list. What accounted for it, and what are you doing to deal with those identified strategic deficiencies? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is something we sort of unfortunately inherited, but really in the milieu of all of the banking issues that we have, I guess it was not expected. We have dealt, with this issue since we came into governance, and I think maybe a week or two ago we did get a letter from FATF, basically agreeing that we have done all of the things that are required to be done for us to be taken off the list. What they need finally is a physical inspection, and they are expecting to come as soon as practicable for that physical inspection, for then give us the nod. So, Mr. Chairman, yes, the beneficial ownership issue has been sorted out with Registrar General. The issue of people understanding what money laundering is, I know has been taken into consideration. The issue of NGOs and how they operate is also being looked at. So lots of work, Mr. Chairman, has occurred. We've gotten this gratifying letter from FATF, and we expect for them to come for inspection as quickly as possible, so that
Chairman, I appreciate that. The Honorable Zuera of Salaga asked you about the paradigm shift from taxation to production. Now you are back to taxation, introducing new taxes not akin to the period in 2017. But again, in your handing over note, you make this observation: implement radical fiscal measures to raise the tax to GDP ratio from current 13% to 20% by 2023. Should we be expecting more taxes? How do you intend to work this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Africa or West Africa, I think, maybe somewhere between the range of 70 and 20. Europe is around 32. My feeling really in observing these 4 years is that there are certain tax handles that have not been approached at all, such as property taxes, and that should be, and then also illicit financial flows. But truly, the intervention of digitalization is key here, Mr. Chairman. That really will completely revolutionize the tax base because all of us will then be taxed appropriately. Effective digitalization could almost mean that I could send you by April 30th what I believe to be your tax obligations are to help you file that. Also, as you know, in conversion of the TIN numbers to the new national ID numbers, move us from some 3 million to 15.5 million, and that's bringing more people to the tax net. So I think it's more an issue then of compliance as opposed to saying that you have increased more taxes. Thank you.
Chairman, back to Ajapa. You've reported in this budget your intention was to monetize our mineral royalties for a certain period and to raise some amount of money between 500 to $1 billion US. In this budget, there is some report that our mineral royalties performed with an additional 230 million Ghana cedis. Don't you consider that this would have just been a windfall for any special vehicles for purposes of Ajapa if this had happened?
Mr. Chairman, I think when we make fundamental innovative strategies, we really think of the medium to long term. How are we positioning the country in a new plane? And so, yes, in all such policy decisions, there may be changes in the way, but fundamentally, do we believe that we are moving towards an equity orientation which will sustain us better and support our foreign exchange regime and create Ghana as that? So yes, there may be some short-term ripples, but the nation has to take a long-term view when we get into policy changes of this nature. And I believe it is time to look at equity opportunities.
Thank you, Chairman. You are talking about, in your media review, we all appreciate the fact that 2020 has been an extraordinary year. Taxes have not performed as it should. You anticipated that you would have loss of revenue, if I quoted you right, about 25 billion in respect of COVID. Now, you also got some resources, including support from the World Bank. How much is it costing you to fix COVID going forward?
Thank you very much. I mean, I think as you saw, we ended up one way or the other with an 11.4 or so percent budget and deficit, and we are targeting 9.5% budget deficit for this year, hoping that by 2024 will revert to the under 5%, which is by law. So really, in terms of those ratios, that is what we are dealing with. I'm not sure one can talk about recovery one can talk about the transformation which hopefully will enhance productivity so that we are normalized again by 2023, 2024. So yeah, difficult year, but looking forward with hope that we would recover and do much better.
Chairman, I'm back to Bank of Ghana. You know that the Bank of Ghana Act gives you a certain opportunity and leverage, but to stay within the law, you came to Parliament to borrow 10 billion. Parliament granted you approval. Yesterday, I heard you give a figure of 22 billion as financing from the Bank of Ghana. Will you concede that is a breach of the requirement of the law?
Mr. Chairman, I did concede yesterday to 10 billion and had mentioned that I had people talking about 22 billion. But I think it's the 10 billion that I still stand to, and I'll investigate anything else that is purported to have been spent by the Bank of Ghana.
Chairman, when the minister assumed office as Minister for Finance, those were his heydays. He came to Parliament with some pros that Ghana was losing enormously from the grant of tax exemptions. At the time, it was estimated that it cost the state of Ghana not less than 2 billion in terms of exemptions that we granted. He brought a bill to Parliament. He's since shy away from the bill. What's the status of the bill, and what do you want to do to fill in those loopholes of tax exemptions? Thank you, Chair.
A very good question, Mr. Chairman. I think there are sort of three major areas that, if you kindly give me the nod, will be areas that we are going to focus on. And this has to do with issue of revenue collection, the property area, the tax exemption area, and the digitalization are going to be key areas for me in the 4 years that we have. So let me assure you that these three will be areas of keen interest to ensure domestic revenue mobilization.
Chairman, Minister say area of keen interest. It was of interest to you in 2017. Why did you give a terminal debt to it into 2021? We don't have a legal framework that deals with those grants that more or less is leaking the public purse in terms, that's loss of revenue if you want to put it in an economic opportunity cost concept. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mean, a lot has been done in 2017 to 2020, and we are grateful for that. Some things are yet to be done, and these are the three that I'm committing to us doing before that time.
So, Chairman, I'm particularly happy that the Minister has considered on ESLA. I've looked at your tables in the budget statement, both 2020 media review and 2021. ESLA by today have raked in about 20 billion to date, not just helping you retire the problems in the energy sector, but additional proceeds projected even up to 2024 to reach 40 billion Ghana cedis. But Minister, you recall that in 2017, when you presented the budget statement, in particular Appendix 2A, page 160, you have said that the NDC had left a fiscal balance of 10.3% on the old GDP basis. However, this budget deficit before arrears, and you recall you came back to report on some 7 billion with some offset of 5 billion when you dealt with matters of other outstanding expenditures. Does that give you an opportunity to correct the real fiscal balance as you reported in 2017? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think we sort of worked on the new series and had those numbers. I'm not sure that, you know, I think we can accept, Mr. Chairman, that Ghana's economic and fiscal health were not the best in 2016. And that is very clear to everybody. We can talk about the nuances of it or not, and that as of 2019, we are in a much better place. And I suppose that is governance. I'm really looking forward to what is seeming like a new working relationship between both sides, given the equality of strength in Parliament, for us to manage this economy together in a transparent way, clarity, so that we move forward.
Chairman, I've had to raise this because when you do a mathematical computation of it, because we are guided by record, when you make reference to numbers, and for instance, during the NDC era, you use up to October, September, not end of year, probably the fiscal deficit would have been 6.1% and not 10.3%, particularly when the Auditor General insisted that those claims were disallowed and not as you reported that you had paid those arrears. Will you agree to that? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think we ourselves at the ministry sent this to the Auditor General. He did not initiate it because we were looking to understand what the facts of the matter were. So obviously not through any mischief, we ourselves subjected it to what he eventually came up with. And so those were then the new numbers that were recorded.
Yeah, so once you are still there, you recall that when you came to Parliament, you reported the debt to GDP. You gave us a nominal figure of 122 billion, and the Auditor General argued at the time that you had overestimated it by 2 billion. Is that correct? Thank you, Chair.
I can't verify that one for you, Mr. Chairman.
What, in computing yours, must I use the exchange rate of December or I should use the exchange rate of yesterday in order to do the computation?
Mr. Chairman, I think really all of those issues that every government, but we try to standardize as much as possible to be able to do that. And I mean, I think no mischief intended. We really need to then move forward, accept a baseline, and then see how we make things better for the country.
Chairman, I should be concluding, noting that we are keeping to the protocol and mindful of the state of the minister. Back to the discussion on capping. Get fund. You came to Parliament, took 1.5 billion in the name of Get Fund. How much of it have been disbursed so far?
Mr. Chairman, I know that we have done some disbursement getting to the end of the year. I'm not on top of exactly what the numbers are, but I think we have made good progress since we're able to raise some more money.
Chairman, what is the minister describing as good progress? Get Fund contractors are crying and weeping. They have not been paid. They have outstanding certificates which is still with Get Fund. You came for 1.5 billion, not even $500 million of its equivalent in cities have been made available to the Get Fund. Are you aware of the precarious financial situation of Get Fund, Minister?
Mr. Chairman, we have, and therefore as I mentioned, we did raise some more money by year end, which has been done, and ensure that that will be disbursed accordingly.
Mr. It's been said that there's some company which has become an interface between Ministry of Finance. We know, Chairman, it is not acceptable if you take money, that company, that interface. He didn't ask that. He asked his get fund question. He didn't ask that.
Mr. President.
The interface.
Yes, I think.
Mine is not even a question. It's a commentary. You see, God fund is being subjected to another layer in order to get approval for releases. I'm saying it strongly that that is not acceptable. If we have earmark money for Get Fund, and you are aware of that. If you cannot make their earmark funds available to them, and you borrow against their earmark funds, and you are setting up a quasi vehicle to subject Get Fund before they get payment, we don't find that acceptable. That's the entity, and Chairman, you are right. Muntaka referred to that I can't name company, which is the vehicle, but it's not the same as my question. I'm just saying that if Get Fund have their money, let them disburse their money. Why subject Get Fund to another vehicle? Are you aware of the existence of that vehicle?
Mr. Chairman, yes. Your colleague did mention that, and I did commit to look at that, to discuss it.
Do you have any plans to change your position on the capping of the road fund?
I think that has been, brought. I mean, if we look at what we have done with the road fund in terms of payments to it and also raising funds for it, I'm not clearly certain about that they have been penalized in any way. But I think, the issue of roads, and we will sit with the minister to see how best to rationalize it. But in truth, the total amount of money that went to road funds last year was certainly more than the uncapped amount because of certain instruments that we brought to bear for road funds.
Chairman, to note that it is reported by the IMF that Ghana loses between 8 to 10 billion per year, about the 2 to 3% of our GDP to the grant of tax exemptions. So we expect that, Minister, this must be dealt with as expeditiously and with the same enthusiasm and excitement with which you came in 2017, seeking to pluck and deal with rigidities with the introduction of that your abundant tax exemption bill. Can we be assured that you will walk the talk on this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, there were 3 areas, including tax exemption, digitalization, and property, that are key KPIs for us for this session. Thank you.
The other, Chairman, I should be ending here, is more of a commentary. Ghana Exim are giving loans, credit support to the same entities that are also benefiting from your tax exemptions regime. That's double opportunity being given to the same entity when other entrepreneurs can take advantage. And in sharing your stimulus, just be guided by the collective good of the Ghanaian. We are interested in who gets what from Ghana Exim. And I say that I'll share a long list with you of entities that have taken money in the name of Ghana Exim and have come back to you as Ministry of Finance to benefit from tax exemption. We need to police how many jobs all those entities have created over the time. We need to police their locations across the country. 1D, 1F was not a concept to end in Greater Accra region or Tema or to go and absorb some 76 existing companies that exist. So kindly, and I'm of the strong view, Minister, that you are eroding the turf. You are eroding the turf of the Minister for Trade when it comes to matters of trade facilitation. Will you agree to it with the introduction of the things you are doing at the port by WTO rules? That is not your mandate. That is not your role. Matter of trade facilitation is the function and role of the Minister of Trade. Assure me of enhanced collaboration with the Minister of Trade going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I really don't understand the choleric nature of this. The ports are for both revenue and trade facilitation. I suspect that even if you were to look at the current contract between ICAMS and Co., it has been situated at trade, which we need to look at to ensure that the ownership of the future of that contract is embedded with GRA. So I'm not sure of your assertion of that. In terms of protecting our revenues that come to ports, we are not going to sort of recede from that, and I don't think we have done anything to stop facilitation in any way. But yes, we will look to continue to collaborate as much as possible.
Chairman, because he's under oath, the Honorable Chairman was not under oath when he gave us that assurance. Fiscal table to accommodate energy sector expenditure, financial sector expenditure, will be used by the majority leader. Thank you.
Very well.
He hasn't answered that.
Thank you very much. I think the leader read the budget, assured you of that, and even held a brown bag, so you can be assured that.
He only had a new brown bag. It was not like yours. I need an assurance.
I think we went through it yesterday, in which we did indicate the new normal, that we'll do that. That we also wanted to really complete, in a sense, the financial sector review, so that we do it. And given the ballooning of debt to GDP across the globe, it is also a time that we can look at that and merge it. But let's not leave any doubt that it was not identified, and therefore it was an addition which will be there, and we will hopefully by mid-year or year-end, when we know the full numbers, collapse it into one for you. Thank you very much. That's the assurance.
Oh, Chairman. Now, Katie, what are you doing here? Minister, whilst seeing you off, Joy FM have reported gold export syndicate, and the state is losing money. Their exposition, will you be interested in watching it and take appropriate steps for the recovery of those lost revenues?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did respond to a question about how we are going to tackle this issue of gold, and to really even look at maybe a new model similar to Cocoa Board, to see whether it will be more effective. So yes, it will be of keen interest to see this. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister. I have only two suggestions. One, the public's understanding of their role in revenue mode contribution is very low. I think we should invest more in educating Ghanaians about their responsibility towards the state in paying their taxes. Yeah. Second, it appears to me we are no longer talking sufficiently about Ghana Beyond Aid. I want to see a comprehensive communication material showing me my role in ensuring that we achieve that very noble objective of Ghana Beyond Aid. So every Ghanaian will know his or a specific role and how much. Well, these are my suggestions to you, Mr. Speaker. On that note, we thank you for attending upon the House.
Mr. I would like to thank you and have some closing statements for that, because this really has been all-encompassing, and I truly thank you for that. I want to express, of course, my gratitude to God for His healing grace, and I want to thank the people of Ghana for renewing the mandate of His Excellency, the President for his confidence in me, Parliament, and you, the vetting committee, for your accommodation and cooperation received in the first term and the opportunity granted me to do this vetting. I know you've gone out of your way to be able to do that. As part of yesterday's proceedings, there are standing issues, and we will seek to fulfill them for you. For the past 4 years, however, we have together embarked on a journey in which we said we had 2 fish and 5 loaves, but the economy has grown, social protection has increased for the vulnerable in our society, and conditions of people, I believe, have been made better by the grace of the Almighty. The President has been strong in fighting corruption, and if you see what his instruction has led to very much increase.
The President or you in fighting corruption?
Very much increase our allocations to all of the governance institutions, and they have testified to that. We have been firm in protecting the public purse, strong in fighting COVID-19, strong in fighting for the poor, in adding value to our economy, and strong in fighting for Ghana as a republic, and firm in our commitment to transforming Ghana. The resilience of our country and people enable us to weather the COVID-19 storm better than our peers in Africa.
Honorable Minister, we are done with you. So we want to thank you.
And I want to thank you for this, and to assure you that we would maintain the ministry with integrity and protect the public purse, and to answer you that through the 100 billion of our Tampa Ghana Cares program, that is the walking legs of the Ghana Beyond Aid program. The work ahead is monumental, and we hope, like Nehemiah, we shall build it together as a nation, and here. I must offer to you the type of leadership that is required, and I believe we can do it, and I'm ready to support that. God bless us all.
Well, now you're discharged. You hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we conclude the story of the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography, Samuel Oseyajiman. Last week we understood his story from growing up on the streets of Agona Nkwanta and New Amanfro, and how at a point his big sister, who he hadn't seen for many years, shows up in the nick of time and gives him a great breakthrough into what has become now his life in photography. We hear even more about his story today and about how well he's doing in his craft as a photographer. Let's take you to the story now. Everything was turning out quite well for him until his mother's health started deteriorating in early 2018.
2018 was like very tough year. Yeah, like it was very tough. 2018. The year started very well. I got source gave me increase in my pay. We had some other guys around, so meaning I was, if source is not there, I was the one there. So yeah, like a little position there. So I was happy, and yeah. Then hitting down to June 2018, my mom had been sick for a while, but from June going, it became a little like serious. So I was emotionally not stable. So for a while I wasn't going to the office. I couldn't do anything. Like, in fact, it was getting to me in a way, but I always appeared to be strong. And then she wasn't around. She's in Kumasi. And then it was always hitting me. So my boss like spoke to me like, sometimes you have to let some things together myself, because if she see I'm in this state, she won't be happy about it. So I said, okay, let me try and work hard a little, make some money, and then like that. And then 2018, I'll go and see her, say party crana, yeah, better. So though it was hard, I was really working. Like, I was really working, going any job I will go, any job, anywhere source will send me, I'll go. Sometimes I'll stay over at the office, finish any job I had to do, because he had this policy that if you're able to finish your work early, you get extra incentive, like extra payments. So sometimes I'll stay over at the office to work just to make some money. And then June, July, sickness got serious, so I stopped working. I came to stay at home. Things were bad for me, so I was taking my emotions on like almost everybody. Yeah. I was home because I wasn't working. I was doing hand to mouth. My boss too was on me. Then I had a little argument with him because I wasn't stable, so I wasn't even paying attention to anyone. I was just thinking of what can I do to help my mom in that state, because I'm the last born, so I'm very close to my mom. So I tried to say, okay, if I am not with Source, if I'm not going to be with Source, I have to start planning on my own what I can do to help myself too. Because I made my mind up not to go back there again, because I felt like my state was also affecting the company. I wasn't being productive, let me put it that way. So I tried to see if I can work. I had no camera then, and I had like 100 coins in my bank account. Like, I was broke. I became broke like June, July. Like, I had nothing. So I said, okay, let me start working. So I started putting myself out there to get some jobs that I can make enough money, because I wasn't getting enough money from Source, because I was getting a monthly payment. That to me, I think it wasn't going to help my state, to help my mom. So I had to start thinking of my own. So I spoke to my boss lady, Josephine. And then, because where I had reached, the camera my sister gave me money to buy, I couldn't use it to get the quality that I want. So I spoke to my boss lady. She said, oh, any day I have a job, I should just come for a camera. I should just come for equipment. And I started doing that. And I give myself like 3 to 5 years to get myself a new camera. Now, the moment I started putting myself there, June, July, August, the camera I was looking at was 5D Mark IV. It's quite expensive. That I'll buy within that 3 to 4, 5 years. Within like 3 months, I was able to get that camera, buy some few stuffs in addition. And it was quite shocking because I wasn't sure I was going to get it within that short time. But with the help of my lady boss, I was able, and then help of some friends. When I started putting, I had some friends who were always putting my works, whether it's nice or it's not nice, they'll post it.
The news of his mother's death was a big blow to this young man.
August 11th. It was a Thursday at dawn. I was finding it very difficult to sleep, and I didn't know why. It was around 3:23 there, almost 3:30. And then I had a call from a lady who stays with my sister then. I was like, 3 a.m., why are you calling me at this time? So the first call I didn't pick. And then the second call, I got scared and I picked the call. Just the moment I was about to pick the call, like everything around me changed. So I picked the call and then she said, and how she delivered the whole thing to me, it in a way affected me emotionally. He said, Kwame Umami, and then she hung up. So I laughed, like, and I started calling her back. She didn't pick my call. Then I started calling my sister. And it was on call waiting. Then I called my second sister, and she also didn't pick my call. So the fear started increasing. Because around 3 to 4, my sister's phone was on call waiting. And I said, oh no. Nah. So there was a lady who was staying with my mom in Kumasi. I called her too and she hung my call. Then I kept calling my elder sister. That's the worst feeling I've ever had. My sister called me around 8. I had suffered emotionally from that 3 to that around 8. And she just said, Kwame, I am Pao. I can't explain how I felt that moment. For like 2 days, I don't know how to explain it. I can't explain it to you. But I went off. I went off on everybody. I went off on everybody. I didn't accept it. I didn't want to accept it. So now, I don't want to accept it.
To him, his mom will always be a hero.
From a tender age, I saw my mom to be like a superwoman. I quite remember there was a day we were in a train from Takrabe to Kumasi, Anyaso, or I was young, so I don't remember. And you have to get tickets for everybody. But my mom got the ticket for herself, and there was no ticket for me. So she hid me somewhere. I remember it so vividly because of how she behaved. So the ticket man came around, like checking the ticket, and one way or the other, he saw me around, and he said, "If the only ticket me be there, you better not to abonting." She stood up and ordered tomano. I don't know how in bad almost started ordered tomano a sea woman and no trim. No, I can say a bema on fan in some coming. And I was just looking at her. So it's so vivid, like I remember it vividly. Okay, can we hold on for a while, please?
Another death that unsettled him as much as that of his mother's was that of his good friend, Nadia. Nadia was his biggest cheerleader and gave him a lot of publicity.
One of the people who really helped me is my friend. Her name is Nadia. I lost her recently, and that's been my one of the most difficult things that has happened to me. We were very close. We even planned her wedding before she even got married. Nadia was the one. She's the one who would post me like continuously on her status, like every day. Let me say every week. Like most people who got to follow me or who got to know me was through Nadia. Even if the picture is not nice, she will post it, and how she will post it, the comments she will make about the picture. Oh. And she was always pestering me. She'll call me at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Kwame, my pictures way. She introduced me to almost everyone that she knew, from her family to her friends, her group of friends, and always asking them to book me. Last year, she was admitted for a while, and one Sunday, the husband called me to come to the hospital, and then when I got to 37, the husband called me back and said, Kwame, what's Sister Cool? Please, I don't want to do this. Can we not put it inside? Huh? Let's not do this, okay?
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
After his mother's death, Samuel's business started seeing an unusual upward trend. He believes his mom's ghost is at work. A lady he hadn't spoken to for years called him one morning to come to the Ghana Revenue Authority for a job, which led him to meeting many leaders in the country, including the second most powerful man.
I was there early in the morning. She called me that she has a job. They already have a photographer, but she just remembered me. I haven't spoken to her for like almost close to like 5 years. And she called me that early morning that I should pack my stuff and come to GRA. And I was like, he said, no, if I have something, I should stop, I should just come. I should come with my video guys. So I called my guy, 2 other guys, and then we went. But if I knew I was going to meet the vice president that day, I would have dressed well, like Kemifami Hokaka. So I went there, we waited, and then she came to me and she said, oh, they are doing this, how you can register the thing online, this thing. So they are launching it. So they have to go to, they are going to see some of the ministers, the financial minister, and then Mr. Honorable Mafu and other ministers. And I was like, you should have explained it also. I know how to. And said, oh, I shouldn't worry. I said, okay, no worries, no worries. Then talked about price. And I was like, hey, really? I'm interested. So, Charlie, we just hit it up from there. And then, just within that day, the people that I met in my life, I never dreamt I was going to meet like face to face some of the ministers and even get a chance of shaking their hands. Like it was a nice feeling though. And so that day we did all that we were going to do, and then he said the last person we are supposed to do, we have to go to the Black Star. He said, yeah, we have to do the vice president. It's like, it's like, okay, cool. And we went. It was around 11, 12, and the man was still in a meeting. I was like, hey, then by the time we finish there, he'll be tired. He's waiting for us. So when they know we come there, we sat there. I even slept. We were sitting there, I slept more. Then they came to call us. He's ready for us. When we entered the place, oh, Charlie, it was a nice feeling. Being in a room with president, vice president of the country. It was nice. So yeah, we did what we were supposed to do, everything. We came home, Papa the following day. We sent the job. Then I was there, and then the lady called that, hey, Charlie, everybody is talking about the work. It's very simple, the pictures are great. So any day, anytime they will come. I said, wow. So following day, she come and take my check. I said, I should come for check. Okay. I said, Wahala. And I went. Charlie, I took the check. It was a check. It was a beautiful check. That check helped me do some basic stuff. Oh, then from there now, I started getting like corporate jobs, like calls. Like I'll be there and then this person will call, oh, this person. Like the recommendations were coming. And I started getting weddings. Like from all angles. Like wow. And I started going, like I was going to so many places. Places that I never imagined, that I was imagining like if I would get there, it would be like after like 2 or 3 years, but just some, should I say days or let me say weeks after my mom passed, like things started turning around. I started meeting a whole lot of people, getting contracts that I wasn't expecting to get. Meeting people I wasn't expecting. You might not understand it, but to me, it happening to me, I know where I'm coming from, where I've been, things that I've been. It's not everything that I can tell you. There are some of the things I have to decorate just where I have been, the things I've been through. And then within that few months from 2018 to that's been great. I had a chance to move from one bedroom to a chamber and hall. I have 2 guys I'm working with. I have 2 cameras, some of the expensive lens that you can use to shoot a wedding. Like every basic stuff a photographer needs to finish a job. And then within that short time from 2018, 2019, 2020 till now, my Instagram page has grown to a level I wasn't. How do I explain? I feel it's good.
But with all these progresses, Samuel says he's not yet at the point he wants to be.
We're not rich yet, but it's good. It's better than 2017, 2016, 2015. It's better, far better. Now, me to me a anywhere, any hotel, any restaurant I want to sit and cross my leg. First, now me kotna make pictures of the menu. Now me there to me status, now my three. But right now I can go and sit there and order anything I want on any menu. Damn, God has been good.
He was full of gratitude to his elder sister and his female boss for the roles they've each played in his life.
What keeps me going? God and my sister. God and my elder sister. Yeah. My elder sister supports me in everything. Like, she doesn't look at the negative side. Like, I need to do this. Would that be okay for you? That's what you ask. Would that be okay for you? Then go ahead. If you need anything, let me know. That's my sister. Like, from school time till now, all I have to do is tell her, this is what I want to do. And like, that's it. I just have to present whatever I want to do in a nice way. She accepts it. My lady boss. Yeah. Everybody knows. Yes, I introduce her to everyone I meet. Her name is Josephine. So Josephine is like, how should I say it? She's everything to me. Like, she gave me my first laptop, MacBook, and she has been there. Like, every time something goes wrong, she's like, oh, Charlie, it's just one of those things, and it will pass. Like, every day, it's just one of those things, it will pass. And she has been with me, like, consistently, day, night. Like, anytime I'll call her, she'll pick my call. Like, what's up? And then she's ready to assist me on every job as far as she's in town. On every single job. She'll drive me there. Like, she'll stay with me there. Work with me. Sometimes I just, like, I always like her to be around. It's not like she's going to work, but just her being around, like, gives me, like, the energy, the strength, like. And then I would like to show her, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And she has, her ideas are off the grid. You can check her page at Mambo Photography. You see some of her concepts. So I always like her to be around. She has been my main support from day one.
And here are his words of advice to us.
Put God first and never give up. We always say put God first, but it's true. Because when you read the Bible from Genesis, it says, in the beginning, God created. So in everything you want to start creating, you put God first and never give up. The fact that you are not seeing signs doesn't mean that God is not working. He always does it, but in his own time, not in our time. And also, if you have to do something or you want to do something, go for it. Don't think twice before going to do it.
Determination, poise, grace of God, and of course, a lot of creativity is what the story of Samuel Osayajiman, the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography, tells us. Here on The Untold, we aim to inspire you through stories of personalities who are doing great things from lives of struggles. We hope you've been inspired. Remember to subscribe to our channel here on YouTube and follow us on all our social media platforms for more interactive news and information. Until the next edition of The Untold, my name is Eche Atisu.
And principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did...
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next to be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.